My body language didn't help. I understand all these things. It's going to be better. That's exactly what you want to see.
If you were to just look at his role in the game on Sunday, I mean, I think you can make a really big case that you could tell early on in a lot of these games what CD you have.
Sure.
Temperament-wise.
Mm-hmm.
On the field, I mean, he could go receptionless in the first quarter and still have a great game. But you might lose him mentally. Yeah. And not as bad as like maybe a T.O. was or some other players around the league that, like, if you don't get them going early, you lose them for the entire game. I don't feel that way with CD.
No, I think that he has a tendency to let his emotions distract him. And I don't think it's in a Odell Beckham Jr. sense, where Odell Beckham Jr. a lot of times felt petulant. CD's to me feels like just an intense competitiveness that overwhelms him almost at times. And it frustrates him. And CD talked about, cut 6, how he carried himself on the sideline.
Obviously, just stay composed throughout the situation, no matter how I'm feeling. I mean, the feelings are going to be the feelings throughout the whole game, right? Feelings go up and down. And we have this mental conditioning every week. And truly understanding and using that, my practice habits, and actually those were one of the moments, my fault, where it could have came into fruition. And obviously it went the opposite direction, and nor was it good for myself or the team. It's very detrimental, and I'll make up for it.
Does that sound like somebody who has been coached, knowing what he was going to have come up in this situation? Or do you think that sounds part of that? But do you think it also sounds like genuine, hey, I screwed up? That's what I respect. But when you compare the two, young CD to young Zeke, for instance, young Zeke, when he used to get frustrated or there was a temper issue or something like that happened, I never felt like there was real ownership of it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case with CD. And I think that he's just still a young person. Forget a player. He is a young human still learning how to deal with like the emotions of things not going the way that you feel they need to. And that competitiveness, he's still trying to figure it out.
I have the feeling that he was absolutely coached in this. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I don't think any PR guy is going to, after what happened in the narrative and the
or agent or whoever.
Yeah. They were never going to let them go out and talk to the media without being prepared what to say. And that's a large reason why I do tend to not care what players and coaches say to the media.
There's the Dak approach with Jerry. I stopped listening to what he said a long time ago.
Yeah, like I know that this isn't a sports, this is politics. Like when someone's talking to me, I just assume they're telling me what they want to convey, not necessarily the truth.
Yeah, I get that. Didn't you feel like talking to him in training camp a couple years ago, though? Didn't you feel like this is a more authentic response to about everything we asked him almost than you typically get out of players? Like, there was no reason for him to say some of the things he did to us.
No, for sure. Absolutely. I assume most players and coaches and politicians, I assume they're just lying to me. Like, that's just my defense mechanism. They're all frauds, right?
Yeah.
I just assume going into it. So I take it with a grain of salt.
I look at it as the other aspect here is...
Like this, Jerry yesterday told us, yeah, you absolutely could blame me. Does Jerry really believe that? Does Jerry really think? No, Jerry's never thought that.
Does he think there's
does he think he deserves blame because, yes, he's the owner, so absolutely. But does he think he did anything wrong, or does he think that...
Right. Like, I think he absolutely believes the buck stops with me. I'm fine saying that I get everything, that I get all the heat for it. But does he think that there's really blame to give right now? That's maybe what it is. But CD was asked about this idea of when you're trying to make sure that you're not, being toxic on the sideline, how do you balance that with still trying to keep that competitive fire?
Man, just being a professional about this whole situation, understanding it's a long game. But as for me and my performance, I expect a lot out of myself, more than anyone could put on me. And quite honestly, I felt myself, and obviously I felt the team just as far as producing and being that game breaker player for the team, and obviously the guy that they can lean on. And I kind of let the game get to my head a little bit, but in the same sense, I knew what I can do. I knew what I bring to the table, and I know what I can do on that field. So with that being said, going forward, there shall be a difference.
There shall be a difference. You hear that language he used at the beginning of that clip, though? Just being a professional. What was the words Dak used at the podium? Some guys need to be more professional. I think it's pretty clear who Dak was talking to after the game on Sunday with his comments where he said some guys need to be more professional. And it sounds like CD took it because he's turning that same language out when he's talking about it.
Well, now it's just a matter of, being able to harness and control your emotions.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of, that's what a lot of playing wide receiver is anyway. Because you can't, you're not going to get the ball in every play. You're going to go, some weeks you'll get 14 targets, the next week you get 6. It just depends on how they're playing you.
Yeah, and he's one who, again, same sort of question that existed there. I don't want to potentially tamp down any sort of that edge that you need being on that competitive island just across from a guy, the way receivers are, by burning too much of that. It's like we talk about Sam Williams. Like when you say you want toughness, you want guys who are a little mean, you want stuff like that, but you don't want the roughing the passer or the late hit or any of that.
Defensively, I want guys who are borderline, they're borderline nice guys, but also like you could see how every one of them could potentially be a murderer.
Yeah, like that was a path they could have gone on.
You can see that.
Yeah, like the Aaron Hernandez documentary, like we'll talk about.
That's
like you see where the point was, where it's like, you could have been a really good linebacker.
It's like Urban Meyer, he's going to go Hall of Fame or in prison.
Exactly.
It's kind of what you want out of your defensive players.
But with Sam Williams, it's like you do have a concern of how much do you say stop doing this? Like you want to communicate that without killing the competitive intensity that you feel like gives you an advantage. And I think that's one thing the Cowboys are trying to balance with CD here. Because that sounds like Dak, we'll skip over one more cut, Peyton. Because that sounds like he's addressing what Dak said about being a professional and things like that, the question came up, are you and Dak on the same page?
No, we understand the urgency. And that's between us. We talk about it every day, every night. And our relationship has, if anything, gotten stronger. Don't let what's out there fool you. We're brothers to the end. We know that we all we got, and I tip my hat off to him. I got the utmost respect for him, and I look at him as a brother. So that, with that being said, everything is going to come out. The energy, the passion, the love, the fight. We'll make up in the end. No craziness now.
No craziness.
There you go.
Now, Chop, it's when you look at, I was talking about this last night with Broadus when we recorded a brand new Love of the Star, which I believe is out this morning. When you look at Dak stepping up to the podium and talking about professionalism and CD trying to clearly smooth things over and say, hey, don't let the narrative fool you. We're good. Jordan Lewis talking about we got to be pros. We got to be detailed. DeMarcus Lawrence talking about very seriously talking after the game about how upset everybody is. Doesn't it feel like the veterans on this team who have been around bad culture before, like they almost sense we're on a teetering point here where this might go a certain direction if we don't clean it up quick?
I could see it. I mean, you could tell when it's 53 guys and 53 cabs going to the game.
Yeah.
You could tell that no one's riding together, no one's friends. You could tell when there's animosity. You could tell when they're all playing for themselves. And I think it especially shows on defense where they're playing for themselves, and you're not maintaining your gap discipline or integrity.
Hey, gap integrity is important, man.
It is. I'm sure. Yeah, it is important. But so is rush to the passer, Micah. All right, that's what they need to be having him do, not dropping into cover. Okay, I don't want to hear it, but yeah, I could see how you could, if you're a veteran here, you've been here a while. You're Zach, if you're Dak, you can see it starting to teeter.
Yeah, this is an important game coming up.
Oh yeah, it is, and we will get into plenty of tomorrow night's game. That's right, it's a Thursday night game.
Woo!
And we'll get into that as the show rolls on. But we're going to go around the NFL. Someone finally says it about Travis Kelce next on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek! Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Free Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out with a tickle in his throat, and it is your Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ as we get you set for Cowboys Giants tomorrow. We're going to go around the NFL here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to start with, Bobby, do you want to start with Brett Favre or Travis Kelce?
Let's start with Brett Favre.
Brett Favre was speaking in front of, Congress.
Yeah.
All right. He was in the Rafael Palmeiro chair.
Yeah. A much different tone and energy in this particular use of the chair. But.
So this is the House Ways and Means Committee. Peyton Russell, what does the Ways and Means Committee do?
They take care of the community.
Bring yourself up.
Is that what they do? No. I have no idea.
Oh, I don't know.
It's the oldest tax. Okay, it's the oldest tax writing body in the U.S. House of Representatives. It shapes fiscal legislation, including taxes, tariffs, all the things.
It is considered to be about the most powerful committee in Congress.
Couldn't they have picked a better name? Just how about the House Tax Committee? Ways and Means?
I don't know, because you got to then, it's a little provocative. You got to Google it, figure out what it means.
All right, so he was speaking in front of the House Ways and Means Committee hearing on welfare reform. And, he was spoke about Prevacus, which is a company making a concussion drug that received $2 million of temporary assistance for needy family money. Okay, the TANF funds. And he was the top investor. And a text message showed he began asking state officials for help securing funds in November of 2018. So he's talking about this. And in this, I mean, it wasn't quite, I mean, he didn't just slide it in there, but like he did stop down and make a major health announcement.
Southern Miss introduced me to the nonprofit to see if they could help with the funding. I had no way of knowing that there was anything wrong with how the state funded the project, especially since it was publicly approved by many state agencies and multiple attorneys, including the Attorney General. Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's. This is also a cause dear to my heart.
Wow.
That was just a stunning, I mean, thing. I was not expecting that.
No. But, I mean, not expected it in the sense of you didn't expect him to jump up there and say it, but certainly not unexpected for
the position he played.
The position, the sport, the hits he took throughout his career. We talk a lot about the concussion issues in the NFL, and obviously Parkinson's is a neurodegenerative disease, and it's one that is associated with head trauma and things like that. Like there are ties there. I don't know that. I think when Brett Favre retired, I don't know that there's a player in this league's history that the NFL and their lawyers watched closer to see what happens. After his career over. You're talking about a guy who was one of the poster boys in the explosion of the NFL of I'm going to tough it out and I'm going to play through injury. Talking about a guy who claimed he had thousands of concussions. He has said that before, which there's thousands of concussions would probably kill him. So I don't think that that's accurate. But has said he's had thousands of concussions over the course of his career. This is a guy who had a very public addiction to painkillers, which is another thing that the NFL has dealt with a lot of heat and questions for over the course of the last 30 years. I don't know that there's anybody they have been more focused on post-playing career is like, let's see what happens here. And let's be prepared to weather a storm that comes from that. Because this is right up there with the most prominent individual that you could have, have a medical issue or a health issue post-playing career that is tied to what they did during their career. This is about as big of a name as you could. It is. As the NFL could have.
It is. It's. I mean, and listen. I am. You know me. I am all for the jokes. Okay.
Yeah.
When something like this happens, I am. You saw my group chats. The jokes people send me, I'm all for it. But the people on Twitter yesterday, who your only response was, that sucks for him, also sucks for the people he stole from. Or did he talk about paying the money back that he stole? He waited till trial to feel bad. Ball don't lie. Y'all are just as big of jackasses as he is. Like, I wouldn't wish Parkinson's or any... My dad's got dementia. It's not Parkinson's, but it's a cognitive issue. Right. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Mm-hmm. Whoever the worst person in the history of the world is, Genghis Khan, I wouldn't wish that on him. Wouldn't do it. So, yeah, you want to joke about it? Great. I'm fine with the jokes. Okay? I'm fine with that. But the style of remarks, I mean, y'all are missing the point.
Is this... And this is something that I saw being discussed or kicked around yesterday. A lot of people saying, all right, feel bad for him, but seems a little convenient to drop this when you're sitting in front of Congress to answer for something illegal.
Well, it's not something you can lie about.
Right, but why?
You're going to find out visually in about 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, a year.
Totally. I get it. And I'm just presenting what was said out there. I don't agree with it. But the idea of, they said, where's the disclosure of this before you sit up at Congress? You're a very prominent figure. You could have made an announcement about this whenever it happened. and instead you waited to like slip it in the middle of a statement as just a giant bombshell that now is distracting from testimony about did you do something illegal?
I mean,
but you don't have an issue with that.
No, I mean I guess I never thought of it like that. If I was Brett Favre, I would want to do that because you would save your evidence for trial. I guess, right?
Yeah, we get some response here over on the YouTube. Look at Mel, though, says no one wished it on him. It's the timing. Somebody else says, personally, I don't care about Favre getting Parkinson's. Maybe he should get right and admit how he stole from Mississippi. I understand.
That's missing the point. Like you don't have, just because somebody did something bad doesn't mean that you can't not want them to suffer. Or, you know what I mean? Like, not feel bad.
Sure, have the justice system. Wish they're going through the process of him being held accountable
he'll get
through
his.
The justice system.
Yeah, he'll get his. He'll either pay it back or go to jail or whatever, but he'll get his.
Yeah.
I don't know. That just rubbed me the wrong way.
All right.
Next up, finally someone said it. Finally someone said it. Travis Kelce simply just partied too much in the offseason.
Are we not allowed to say that he's out of shape, that he's been partying all offseason? He's been jet setting around with the most famous person probably in the entire world. The coverage and the respect he gets is the same. The athlete is not. Now, is he going to work himself into shape during the season? Yeah, I'm sure he will. He's an unbelievable competitor. He's one of the best to ever do it, but he's not the same guy right now. I'm not blaming it on Taylor Swift. I'm not blaming anything. All I'm saying is when you win 2 Super Bowls, you've got the whole tour that happens after the Super Bowl. There's no one else doing more commercials, I don't think, in the league. I mean, he and Mahomes are up there, but I think Kelce's doing more commercials and things. He's been at more events, doing more things socially. It's impossible to carry that schedule and still put in the same amount of time for football.
It's Todd McShay and the Ryan Russillo podcast. And, I mean, that's just the secret that's out, right?
Yeah,
I mean he clearly is not the same guy.
No. In terms of talking about how he started this season, 69 yards, Chop. He's got 69 yards, which I haven't I could look at it. I mean, that's got to be right near the lowest start to his career.
That's a below average game for him.
In some seasons, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, he has not been great. The Chiefs in general haven't been great. Are they still the number 1 team? I don't know. You'll have to tune in at 8 o'clock to your power rankings. But yeah, he's clearly not looked the same. What I think is a little silly is defaulting to jet setting around and he's clearly partying too hard and he's too tied up in the Taylor Swift World Tour to prepare for the football season, instead of the greater likelihood of he's 35 effing years old now.
Well, yes, 35 years old, but I mean, I'm sure
35 years old and has been in a period of decline the last couple of years.
If you look at it though, when you're 35, you've got to really train more in the offseason to maintain your body. So if he was 27 and he did the same thing, he still probably would be a little bit worse than the year before, but it wouldn't be such a stark downturn. Taylor has, when she's not touring, she has a very limited amount of time where she can, hang out, party it up, do whatever you want to do. So they probably had to maximize that because that's just the nature of dating somebody as busy and famous as she is.
Yeah.
Jet setting all over the place.
Yeah, and I get that. But I mean, you mentioned
he has 12 targets for 3 games.
Yeah,
12.
Yeah, it's not been good. But I mean, it's also like I said, I think it's important to look at it and say, what's more likely that he's just? You go to the average season that he had, if you go from 2018 to 2020, his average output was roughly over a 17 game span. The 17 game projection was 1,500 yards. The last 3 years after that, the next 3-year window, 21 to 23, his 17 game average output was 1,200 yards. He's been reduced in his productivity the last couple of years. He was under 1,000 yards last year.
Right, but I think he sat the last game.
Yeah, but still, he was. Right. You're talking about a guy who was putting up 1,400 yard seasons not long ago.
Oh, for sure.
This is an instance of, I think it's more likely he is just getting older, because there's been plenty to distract this guy for years.
Yeah, that's true. It's not just him.
And Stones from Glass Houses, by the way, with Todd McShay. I would just be careful there, trying to call somebody out, because there might be some people trying to call you out after that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Sam Laporta 17th in fantasy this year.
Will Chambers.
Travis Kelce's 27th. Mark Andrews is 33rd among tight ends. Those guys are above. Among tight ends, Sam Porta was, Porta, Kelce, and Andrews were what? Top 5 drafted tight ends in fantasy? Yeah. And they're all 17th, 27th, and 33rd. They are not off to a good start. And Kelce is, Mark Andrews might be worse. I mean, boy, the amount of people dog cussing him on my DraftKings group chat, incredible. The amount of people dog cussing him.
Man, if we would have just gotten some output from Luke Schoonmaker in week 1, you'd probably be looking at him having a better stat line this season than Travis Kelce.
Very possible. Very, very possible. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan on your Hump Day edition.
Hump Day?
The 6 a.m. club. Rangers get a letter from MLB and a very sad goodbye to a local legend. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Wednesday show. We'll have the Rangers player show at 3:20 there in Oakland, with the pregame at 8 o'clock. Full 5 hours, Nation 2 to 7 of The Fan.
Let me get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. Have Frankel and Frankel hurt in a car and truck wreck? Call Frankel and Frankel first. Mark and Scott, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They've been fighting for your rights for over 25 years. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies, so they know all the tricks and tactics insurers use to deny your claim. Trust the experienced, family-owned, and highly awarded Frankel and Frankel to put you first and get the resolution you deserve. And remember, it is a felony for an attorney to reach out to you directly or indirectly via third parties within the first 30 days after an accident. It's been happening all the time in DFW, and it's not even happening locally. Fake lawyers are calling from Houston. During this period, an attorney may only send you a letter. So do you want someone breaking the law themselves representing you? Of course you don't. If you or a loved one has been injured, call Frankel or Frankel today at 214 or 817-333-3333. That's 333-3333, or visit Frankel.
The slide. He's safe as the throw bounces past Jonah Heim. And the A's walk it off 5-4 on a hit by the rookie Jacob Wilson.
Eric Nadell, the call in a game you heard right here. Rangers lose 5-4, although Peyton wrote here on the cut sheet 4-5. Very big pet peeve.
No, that's one of the highlight people from last night. That's not me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
well, 5-4 is the final as they drop to 74-83. 2 games left in Oakland, Bobby, before the A's wrap up that stadium, which I have somehow been to twice. And then obviously the Rangers have 5 games left in the regular season before it is finally over.
Before it's mercifully over, before it's mercifully finished, I just want you to know I just went to Tankathon.
Uh-oh.
I hit Sim Lottery. Rangers end up with the 3rd pick.
Do they really?
Give me that. Well, I mean, it's a lottery now.
Oh, it's a lottery.
But they have the 7th best odds.
Right.
But when I simmed the lottery,
that's right. Well, really?
I got 3rd.
Really, though, don't they have the 5th best odds because White Sox and A's can't be in the top 10?
No. So the teams ahead of Texas are Pittsburgh, Toronto, Washington, the Angels, the Rockies, and the Marlins.
Okay. All right.
So that counts that. But yeah, this is the last run over there at old Oco Coliseum. And I don't know, when you think of the Rangers in Oakland, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Frank Francisco.
Yep. What did Randy used to call Jennifer Bueno? That lady he hit?
Yeah, Jenny.
He called her I think he called. I don't want to say what I think he called her because if I'm wrong, then I don't want to.
Write it down on a piece of paper for me because I want to see if you're right. Because I will remember. But that's the first thing is the Frank Francisco chair thrown into the stands.
Security is something that's been an issue there for the Rangers in the past. Bob Nightingale said yesterday Texas Rangers security addressed their players today to prepare them for all scenarios on Thursday for the Oakland A's final game at the Coliseum with a sellout crowd because there is a lot of concern about how Oakland fans are going to respond here.
There is. There is absolutely a lot of concern. They're going to rush the field. They're probably going to tear it down. Which that place does probably need. I don't know if that's the right. Maybe it is.
It was something like that.
Yeah, that is. So they're probably going to. I mean, that place needs to be torn down anyway. But they're absolutely going to rush the field. There's no doubt about that.
Disco demolition.
Yeah.
For an entire baseball team.
They really should. They wanted to do something for the community. Let them bring their cars on the field and just start having a disco demolition night.
I'd love it. That's a great way to set up. Now, look, here's the thing. The concerns that have been out there about Oakland and how they're going to respond to this, there's a lot of people who have been critical of the assumption that there's going to be an issue or that this is something that's being discussed. There have been a lot of people around that Bay Area community who were offended by this suggestion. The reality is it's not like Oakland has a great crime rate. RJ Choppy.
They don't? Is that true?
It's considered historically a pretty crime-ridden area. And I think when you get people who are so passionate and angry about what's happening there, and there's already a lot of crime, it's very easy for bad actors to just step in and take advantage of that.
I totally agree. But that's still, it's a weird spot to be in if you're the A's, players, because they're just caught in the middle of this.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're caught in the middle. The front office is caught in the middle. And then there's the owner who's like watching it all burn. And then he's going to move that team to Sacramento. And then they're going to move that team to Vegas.
Maybe move them to Sacramento. That still seems like it's not certain. This has been a mess. It's an absolute mess.
It has been a mess. Remember Larry Beal? Larry Beal was on SportsCenter for a couple years in the 90s. Larry Beal was in that Neil Everett, Stan Verrett kind of thing.
I do remember him.
So he was on SportsCenter for a while, and then I don't know if he got fired, left, didn't have his contract renewed, decided he wanted to go to local TV, whatever.
Yeah, people often say, I want to leave ESPN for local TV.
I mean, you might maybe he just likes living in California.
Sure.
Right? Maybe they hated Bristol, Connecticut. That is something that happens.
Yes.
So he is out in the Bay Area, and he is doing the news at night, the sports. And he had a message for John Fisher after he wrote that long letter to the A's fans.
The final series ever in Oakland starts tomorrow. The A's hosting the Texas Rangers. The very last game at the Coliseum is set for Thursday afternoon, starting at 12:45. That game is sold out, by the way. Cheapest resale tickets are going for around $65. In typical A's fashion, they raised the price for the last game. All right, so you heard Fisher's statement. Let me tell you what reality is, okay? John, you tried 5 different, extremely flawed stadium proposals. You never got even close to a shovel in the ground. Yes, Oakland politics is often a mess. I will give you that. But John, you surround yourself with incompetent yes men, and because you were born into a billionaire family, apparently never learned you have to spend money to make money. See Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors, your buddy, who still wants to buy the team. John, you're a serial penny pincher. You've destroyed your family's great name and legacy because of your cheapness. As for the statement about loyal A's fans, quote, I wish I could speak to each and every one of you individually, end quote. Seriously? John, we've been trying to interview you for years, but you always choose to remain invisible unless you're begging politicians for public funding. And then you're out in front in Las Vegas.
Damn. He didn't say a whole lot of lies there. It's a bad situation. But now maybe they go to Sacramento in that 17 to 20,000 seat stadium, and maybe they have a great time.
Yeah, look, I love the Oakland fan base, like in general, not just for the A's. In general, Raiders fans are great. The few A's fans that exist are really passionate about it.
Warrior fans are cool.
I like
cool. They were great.
I like all that. There's clearly, I think, it's established now for every sports league, like, we're just not going to Oakland. Like, Oakland has not been a place that they've had success getting funding to build stadiums, to get stuff done. It's been a very arduous process.
Yeah.
Every time they want to get something done. Even the Warriors, who are still in the Bay, aren't in Oakland. They had to go, like they're not near Oakland at all, I don't think, now with their new arena.
Warriors?
Yeah.
No, they're downtown San Fran.
And so that's something where it's like, what you see is a lot of these professional sports teams have said, we tried to figure it out. 3 different leagues have tried to figure something out, and 3 different leagues said, okay, we're going to have to go find it somewhere else.
Yep. It's for baseball, I always thought I enjoyed the 2 games I saw there. They were fun. You're far away, but it's not like it's.
I mean, you can walk down to the lower level. There's about 2,000 seats you can pick from.
It's not like the seats I didn't think were bad. Like it's gross. It's like dirty. The bathrooms suck. The concessions are terrible. But it's not like, I didn't notice being so far away that it was like you couldn't see the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I didn't notice anything like that. So I was fine with it. But yeah, it's just not. It was never a great baseball stadium. It was never a great football stadium, for that matter, either. Let's pay tribute, Bobby.
Yeah. We lost an absolute icon in our city and in our industry this week.
I want a big fat woman with meat shaking on her bones, yeah. I want a big fat woman with meat shaking on her bones, yeah. I don't care if she looks like E.T.
E.T.
As long as she is good to me.
Sam Putney. Sam Putney passed away on Monday at the age of 76 due to complications from a stroke. And
too young.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is somebody that if you grew up around the Dallas radio scene in the 90s into the 2000s, like you know Sam Putney. That is a true legend. He was an integral part of Skip Murphy and Company, as it was a dominant ratings juggernaut in Morning Drive here in Dallas for a decade over at K104.
At least a decade.
Yeah, and it was Skip. It was our very own Chris Arnold was there in the mix. Nanette, the Wig, and then it was Sam Putney. And Sam was the newsman, but he was also the weatherman. He was the comedian, the soul singer, the sage, the uncle, and he was just a ridiculously talented, real deal radio pro. And what they had with the morning team was it's something so unique and so rare in terms of chemistry that Skip Murphy and company is, to me anyway, like it's an unquestioned contender for the best local morning drive show in the history of radio. And that's probably not possible without Sam and the things that Sam did. And so, I don't know, I was reflecting a little bit yesterday thinking about this because, you know, when Domino, who is the legendary DJ over at KISS, when we talked about earlier this year, Domino passing away, and now Sam going, it does make me reflect a little bit and think of in an era of radio where the lines have become pretty blurred and the industry has kind of moved in a direction of, I'm going to find a social media personality, stick a microphone in their face, put a nutritional supplement ad in their hand, and then call them a professional broadcaster. Like, Sam is a reminder of what it's really supposed to be and what a real genuine broadcaster is, and somebody who connects with the community, connects with the listeners. And he was so good, so talented. Like I said, the singing stuff.
This sounds like a legitimate produced song.
He was a legit talent. Old Slammy Machiavelli. He absolutely was. So this was sad news to see. I texted Chris Arnold yesterday about it, just saying, hey, thinking about you, because that is a legendary program here in Dallas. Anybody who grew up here in the 90s is familiar with Skip Murphy and company and knows Sam Putney. So rest in peace, Slammy Sammy.
Very sad news. I love parody songs of any kind, or just regular, radio hosts doing songs like this. That's just very cool.
Yeah, and I mean, you're a big parody song individual, and
drew my inspiration.
Exactly, Sam laid the foundation for all the RJ choppy songs, everything like that. But this was sad news because he is somebody who I know a lot of people were personally hurt to see passed away yesterday. Or on Monday.
So well produced.
Yeah, very good. Whole album of it. You can find it on YouTube. Just search Slammy Sammy.
Yes, you can. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out today. He's got Bobby's sickness. We didn't have enough time yesterday to get into all the college football, so we're bringing back the college football kegger part 2. It's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's head on over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
How did you like this weekend's slate of games? Did you like them, Bobby?
Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah, there was some good stuff there. The Tennessee-Oklahoma game was really good. So no, we had some good football.
You know why I liked them a lot?
Because Tennessee won?
Well, that, yes, but realignment. Let me tell you something. If you didn't like the 12-team playoff, if you didn't like the realignment, I think we have seen in the first 4 weeks, it is a smashing success. The amount of schools that have excitement, that are like, okay, I could see it now. And then the games. You had Tennessee, Oklahoma. You don't get that very often. Now you're going to get it every couple of years. USC, Michigan was this weekend. Don't get that often. Now we're going to get it every couple of years. You had Utah, Oklahoma State. They're conference foes now. You had Baylor, Colorado. They're conference foes now. K-State, BYU. They're conference foes now. It's about Mississippi State, Texas is this weekend. Oklahoma, Auburn is this weekend right here on 105 through the Fan at 2:30 on Saturday.
Hell yeah.
So realignment has given us games. Now, this will get old.
Sure.
Right? 10 years from now, when you've seen Tennessee, Oklahoma 4 times, and you've seen Texas and Georgia 6 times, you might get old with it. But right now, it's a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a success, and it may... You're going to see it really go off the charts, I think, when you get Texas and Texas A&M again.
Yeah.
When you get that game, that's the most expensive game in college football this year. When you get Texas, Georgia here in a couple weeks, that's going to be one that gets people really engaged and excited. And so, yeah, there's definitely good parts about realignment. I think the issue for me, and not that I was totally opposed to it or anything else, but the issue to me was this isn't turning into divisions anymore. This is turning into conferences. Like you were going to have, it's like NFL where it's like there's the NFC and the AFC. Okay, there's the Big Ten and there's the SEC. Like that's what we're setting up for essentially. And so, I mean, at what point do people just start making the case, Chop, because they do like all this and everything else? They just start saying, like, well, let's blow up conferences in general.
I mean, they might. I mean, that's probably coming. It's going to be 2 conferences. It'll be the Big Ten, the SEC. They will gobble up all the other teams. But, for example, we're in late September. In the previous era of college football, Michigan's season would have been over after the Texas loss, and Notre Dame's after the Northern Illinois loss, and Oklahoma, after the Tennessee loss. I mean, we went through 25 years straight where if you lost a home game, you had no chance of winning the national championship. Like those teams never made it. Now it doesn't matter.
That's a
miss.
That is a downside to it.
It is a downside, but also the upside is now, the Oklahoma game, the Texas game for Oklahoma is now a must-win.
Yes.
Right? It's huge. It's massive. Yeah. Notre Dame's got to win out. Like you can't have Northern Illinois loss on your schedule and then lose again because they don't play enough good teams. Michigan is, the Ohio State game is now an absolute must-win. You don't want to put anything in the hands of the committee. So I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Speaking of that Michigan game, Lincoln Riley torched
Lincoln Riley
on social media. They lost to Michigan. They only allowed 32 pass yards, and they still lost. To lose that game is unacceptable if you're USC. And it means one thing. Lincoln Riley is just a fraud of a coach. There's no other way to put it. He does the one thing you need in the sport, which is develop quarterbacks, and he can't win any games. That is crazy to me. It is crazy to me that he can't win more than he does. And Joe Castiglione, the athletic director at Oklahoma, had a nice little parting shot at him on College Game Day this week where he said, all of our coaches wanted to move to the SEC except for one, and he ain't here anymore. Basically, paraphrasing. Yeah. But this dude needs to go back to being an OC, man. He ain't it. He ain't it.
It's Lincoln Riley is one who's got his trajectory, the way that he's kind of progressed is fascinating in the sense of usually when you see offensive coaches who are masterminds like Lincoln is considered to be, you will see them just rapidly ascend, like unhindered up to the NFL level. And then when they become head coaches, it's like, okay, let's see what happens here now. This is a flame out at the college level to this point. Not a flame out. He's still a big time coach.
He's a good.
His stock is way down from where it was 3 years ago.
I'm putting hyperbole in there, but he's a good coach, but he's not. He ain't the truth like he's billed to be.
His stock is down from where it was 3 or 4 years ago. Who was the last guy we saw like this? Like, who was the last guy that we can remember just in the offensive sector being a forward thing? Because
Chip Kelly,
but Chip got up to the NFL and then flamed out.
Yeah, but why did Chip, when he went back to college, why didn't it work the way it did at Oregon, at UCLA? Was it just because of the program?
I mean, it may have been some of the shine was off at that point. Like, it made recruiting tougher, and it's like, okay, well, who are you? But
I know that UCLA doesn't even have a full 100-yard indoor facility.
Do you think Lincoln, because he kind of tipped at this last year, I think, in an interview he gave, do you think Lincoln is starting to regret not jumping to the NFL already?
I mean, did he have an opportunity?
I think if he would have entertained it, I think a lot of NFL teams knew he wasn't. But he's somebody who he started to tip it a little bit. He said last year in an interview something to the effect of, "Hey, you see the schedules. I see the schedules of my NFL coaching friends, and I see, well, they get an off season, like they get some time off, and like you don't really get it here." And he's like, "Boy, you get kind of jealous of that schedule." I do wonder if at some point.
Who'd have thought that, by the way?
What?
Because wasn't there a time where NFL coaches were like, you got to put the 18-hour days in? That's why Steve Spurrier didn't work in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in terms of
college, the bigger schedule.
Yeah, you're cramming in longer days probably at the NFL level, but you're more year-round with what you're doing at college, especially now where people are trying to go out there and NIL fundraise and do different things like that. It's a lot. I wonder how long he's going to last at USC. Just not even with them firing, just with him going, I got to get out of here.
I mean, look, if he wants to go to the NFL, are you going to hire him as a head coach? I don't know. OC for sure.
I mean, Cardinals hired Cliff after getting fired at Texas Tech.
That's true.
That didn't work out.
They're dying though for the. But I mean, Cliff seems to be doing decent right now.
Would you be interested in interviewing him here if this job came up in this offseason?
I mean, I'd be interested in interviewing him, but he wouldn't be my first choice of coaches.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, I think he can't beat. I think this is a can't beat him. Join him.
Yeah, honestly, I mean he couldn't beat the SEC, so he joined.
Right,
what he thought was. He didn't think he was going into the Big Ten. I don't think when he jumped.
No, I mean for the Cowboys, if they move on from Mike, if this is a can't beat him, join him. They got to get somebody from Shanahan's tree or McVay.
Sure. Yeah.
Somebody on that. Real quick, the Pac-12, how dead are they? Memphis, Tulane, South Florida, and UT San Antonio all told them no.
UT San Antonio's had a program for 11 years?
Yeah, and they are already getting a chance to go to the Pac-12, and they said, we're good in the American. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Real quick, can we do away? I can't wait for the COVID years to be over for these players. So Cam Rising and Alan Bowman are the quarterbacks of Utah and Oklahoma State.
What's the last year? We're coming up on it, right?
I think it might be this year.
Or next year, I would guess?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe, because they've got... Yeah, it would be next year. So Cam Rising and Alan Bowman combined for 49 years old. They're 24 and 25. Together, they've played 14 seasons of college football. And Cam Rising, the Utah quarterback, is eligible for an 8th year next year. And he's already said 7's enough. I'm not going to I'm not going to do another year. So the reason that he's able to play this long is, now he turns 25 in May. He had to sit out a year after transferring to Utah under the previous rules.
He turned 25 in May, right?
He turned 25.
Yeah, not turns.
No,
he turned.
So he started at Texas, right? He started at the University of Texas, transfers to Utah. He had to sit out a year under the previous NCAA rules. And then he also earned the extra COVID-19 year of eligibility. And then he missed the entire 2023 season due to injury. So those another year. So he gets the COVID year, so that's 1. The injury year, that's 2. And then because he transferred under the old rules, the NCAA goes back and retroactively adds that year of eligibility to you. So he could theoretically play another year. And he's like, he told Brett McMurphy, the Action Network, nah. He was born in 1999.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, this is not the way to go. 2 years ago was cool when everybody was 24. Now we're in 3 years of this.
When he enrolled at Texas, Leighton Vander Esch had not been drafted by the Cowboys yet. He's been drafted
and retired,
gotten into the NFL, and retired before Cam Rising got out of college.
Amazing.
And, dude, when you see the picture of Cam Rising, because you know what he looks like now, right?
Yeah.
When you see the picture of Cam Rising as a recruit, like, you're like, oh, yeah, you've been in college too long if you don't look anything like this anymore.
I mean, he couldn't even grow a beard back then. Oh, it's just awful. It really is. Hey, let's look at let's project the college playoff.
Yeah.
So we're, more than a quarter of the way through the season. We're like a third of the way through the season already.
Yeah, we're getting, already things are starting to come into form, come into shape a little bit. And you mentioned Michigan as a team that really doesn't want to lose another game. Like things are kind of tense on them, and they are included in these newest ESPN projections of the playoff top 12 after week 4. So if the 13-member group were to meet today, they say that it would be clear the SEC is leading the playoff race. Here is how they believe the rankings would go. So you've got the rankings, but then there's also the based on conference winners and stuff like that. That's not the seeding. So the rankings would be number 1, Texas.
Okay.
Number 2, Georgia. Number 3, Tennessee. Number 4, Ohio State. 5, Ole Miss. 6, Miami. 7, Oregon. 8, Alabama. 9, Penn State. 10, Utah. 11, Missouri. And then the only one-loss team in these rankings, number 12, Michigan.
Okay.
And there's obviously there's going to be a formula and a lot of different factors that they're gonna look at other than just, they're not going to be as prisoner to week by week, big emotional moments. But based on the rankings above, ESPN says the top 4 seeds would be number 1, Texas, the SEC champ, number 2, Ohio State, the Big Ten champ, number 3, Miami, the ACC champ, and number 4, Utah, the Big 12 champ. And so then everybody would just kind of reshuffle behind that and go behind. So it would be...
So Georgia would be the 5 seed, Tennessee the 6 seed.
Yep. And so it would be an issue of you get the top group of 5 conference champion as the 12 seed. They would play Georgia. And then it would be 11 Missouri against number 6 Tennessee, 10 Penn State against number 7 Ole Miss, and then you get number 9 Alabama against number 8 Oregon.
Okay.
I got to say, reading these matchups, it does get me kind of excited. It does make me, I've wondered about the 12-team playoff. Just reading these scenarios does get me excited, though.
It does get you excited. I don't like that if you're the 10th ranked team, that you should be in the top 4 and get a bye just because you win your geographical conference, which has nothing to do with geography anymore.
Sure.
I hate that, but, it is what it is. It's better system than what we had. That's interesting. Very, very, very interesting, though, that So who was the Group of 5 team?
They don't have it yet. They've just got the top 12 rankings, so then it's whoever the top Group of 5 champion is.
What is the spread on Georgia, Alabama this weekend?
Georgia -4.
Peyton?
Georgia -2.
It is 2.
Damn it.
It's 2 at
Bunch of degenerates.
It's 1.5 at MGM. It's 2 at DraftKings. 2.5 at FanDuel. The average though is 2. It started at 4.5, so it's been bet down a little bit. That's kind of cool. Texas is a 38.5 point favorite over Mississippi State.
Jeez.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely.
One more week, Arch. Got one more week.
A&M 4-point favorite over Arkansas. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. A little college football kegger for you. Bobby did a Giants review. It may or may not be good news for the Cowboys. I got some crazy Week 3 stats, and we'll chop it up all along with the Boys to Men ticket giveaway. It is the commercial-free Expressway, and it is next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you over to Zerez and get that special flash sale.
And that's why they have their 2-hour I'm Listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
That's right. It is the commercial-free Expressway here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out sick today. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, and Peyton Russell holding things down for you. We've got a Boys to Men ticket giveaway sometime here over the next 38 minutes. Here in about 20 minutes, we're going to chop it up. But the Cowboys do have all right, live radio here, folks. Peyton, I can't hear you through the talkback. So whatever you need to tell me, just go ahead, open your mic. Tell me what's up.
Oh, we have the guest on right now.
We don't have a guest.
No, Sean, before he was out yesterday, asked me to book a Cowboys guest. It should have been in an email. I just have him on right now.
Okay. I don't even know who is it. Oh my God. No way. This is a treat for me. I get to talk for the very first time to the one and only Mickey Fisher here on Sean and RJ. Mickey, how concerned are you right now? You know, this Cowboys run game, it's been really difficult. How concerned are you about this Cowboys run defense heading into this week?
Well, why would I be concerned? You know, I keep hearing from these analytical people that running the ball doesn't matter. So why would I be concerned about it? I mean, did you know they have more tackles on the year than the Bills do? Are you worried about their run defense? I don't think you are. So no, I'm not concerned at all.
Martin, Mike Fisher here. I was doing a crossword puzzle. I was watching practice. I have some breaking news for you. An exclusive. Dalvin Cook is a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
We already knew that.
You can only get from me. You can only get that from me, and not from that Tom Pellegrino guy at the NFL Network.
Oh, sorry.
I think Peyton, we knew Dalvin Cook was a Cowboy. I thought already.
Yeah, he tweets out number 4 all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I missed that. Mickey, why were CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons pouting so much on Sunday?
How do we know they were pouting?
I mean, Mickey, we could see it on TV.
Exactly. TV. Were you there? Were you there? Were you there? I don't think you were.
I wasn't.
Yeah. So, how do you know what was said? I mean, CeeDee and Dak could have been talking about which baby formula is better. Micah was probably mad that Tank went on another person's podcast. It's no big deal if you ask me.
I'm Ed Fisher again. I got some breaking news. Another exclusive. Jerry Jones told me yesterday that it's fair to put the blame on him, and he's not. Remember the Jamie Foxx interaction at training camp. He told me that. I was alone in my car, listening to 105 to The Fan. That is news you can only get from me and not from that hack Schefter who stole all my work at the Denver Post and passed it off as his own.
That's wild that he told you that, because he told us that actually yesterday, Mickey. So that's ridiculous here. All right, it's not Mickey Spagnuolo, it's not Mike Fisher, it's the ultimate Cowboys homer, Mickey Fisher, with us here on Sean and RJ on 105 to The Fan. My very first time getting to talk to Mickey Fisher. All right, Mickey, last one for you here. Will Mike McCarthy last the entire season as head coach?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
I guess we will.
Yeah, I mean, if they play the Giants and then Pittsburgh, I mean, they don't have good offenses. They always win 5 division games. I just don't see it. You know, I mean, if you watch these first 3 games, you would know the Cowboys really should be 3-0.
Mick.
So I don't know anyone that fires a coach with an undefeated football team.
I'm Ed Fisher one more time in the 105 to The Fan newsroom. I've been informed by my team of impeccable sources Jerry Jones did not have the money to sign Derrick Henry in the offseason, no matter what Mike Greenberg has to say about it on ESPN. Besides, they don't even need him. Did you know the Cowboys are rushing for 73.75 yards per game, which ironically enough is just 8.5 inches away from 74 yards a game? Speaking of 8.5 inches, Martian just bought a swing, and it's not for the backyard.
Mickey Fisher, the ultimate Cowboys homer.
Guess.
Look, I'll give Sean credit. He booked a good guess there. All right, and and
he skipped the day too.
I was a little annoyed at first because I was like, what's going on? Sean's booking a guest. He's not communicating this, but I mean, when you get a guy like Mickey Fisher who can really put the sunshine on what has been a troubling week for the Dallas Cowboys, then I think that was good foresight there from Sean Sharif. RJ Choppy, you're a little quiet during that interview.
I was. It's the throat.
Yeah. Got to rest up. Like you are patient zero after all for the morning show here.
That's patient zero.
No, you're definitely patient zero.
Yeah.
I think you were the one who got us all started up here. All right. Before we get to the Giants preview, Choppy, I know you've got your week 3 NFL stats that you've combed through and collected.
Yes, sir.
So before we take a look at what I think might be a troubling preview for the Cowboys on Thursday, shoot us your NFL stats for this week.
All right, so here's a bunch of them. Some betting, some not. The 5 biggest favorites of the week all lost outright.
Wow.
Raiders, Browns, Bucks, San Fran, Cincy. All of them were 5 to 7 point favorites.
And that is not at all. How often would you say big-time money line favorites lose each week? Is it like one a week?
Well, this year, the 3 biggest favorites, the biggest favorite of each week this year is lost.
Really?
Outright, yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty crazy, right? Doesn't usually happen. There's a stark difference in the good offenses and the bad ones. The good offenses generally are above a 40% conversion rate on second down. And there's a handful of them, Kansas City, San Fran, Atlanta, Buffalo, Baltimore. Typically, the good teams. Washington and Atlanta are in that. The Cowboys are in the 30s. Not good, but also not crippling. They're ranked 11th, right between Cincy and Jacksonville. If that gets a little higher, it'll be fantastic. Miami without Tua, struggling. Tua, with him on the field, for his career, they averaged 6.4 yards per play. Without him, 4.8.
Ooh.
6.4 yards per play is first in the NFL. 4.8 is 30th. So that's
right ahead of the Cowboys?
Basically. How bad is this? Cincinnati had 0 punts and 0 turnovers and lost.
Has that ever happened?
Well, I don't know if it's ever happened, but they had the one missed field goal that they had converted. I think, if I remember right, there was a playoff game, Chiefs-Colts, and there was not a punt in the entire game.
Yeah, that's right. That was that was Dante Hall return. It was like 38-31. They couldn't do anything to stop Peyton that day.
I think it was Peyton's first playoff win, if I'm not mistaken.
Or the week before may have been something like that, because Chiefs were home that game.
Yeah. How good was Jaden Daniels in these last 2 starts?
How good was he?
So he scored on every drive in the last two starts.
They scored like 21 points against the Giants.
But they had 7 field goals.
Okay. That seems a little cheating to, but I mean, no, it is a crazy stat that he hasn't had to punt in 2 straight games.
2 games. He started 3 NFL games, and 2 of them he has scored on every single drive. In the entire career of Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, and Patrick Mahomes, those 4 have combined for 2 of those games.
Damn.
And he's done it twice in the first 3 starts. That, I think, is a really, really cool stat.
Can I take away from that then?
Yeah, go ahead.
That he is as good as those quarterbacks put together, like as all their skill sets put together. That's Jaden Daniels.
That's right.
I think that's what I can take away from it.
I think that's what you can say. Kyle Shanahan had never blown a second-half lead of 14 points, except for the Super Bowl, before Sunday. And he was 50-0, and he had won 50 games in a row. But now he is 50-1 if the Rams come from 21-7 down. Sam Darnold threw 4 TD passes in their 34-7 win over the Texans, making him the first quarterback in Vikings history to win the first 3 games of the season and throw multiple TD passes in each of those games.
Damn.
That's pretty cool. The Steelers have given up 10 points or less in each of their first 3 games, making them just the 5th team since 2000 to pull off that feat, joining the 09 Broncos, 05 Colts, 04 Seahawks, and 01 Packers.
Damn. It's impressive.
Yeah. I guess there must have been I know they gave up 15 points to the Falcons, but that must have been a defensive score. So Derrick Henry had 151 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Cowboys. 12th time in his career he's rushed for at least 150. Second most in NFL history. Only Jim Brown has more.
Well, I mean, you certainly have to pay Trey Lance or you got to have Trey Lance on a higher cap hit this year
Yeah.
When compared to Derrick Henry for that reason, for sure.
Yes, for sure. Malik Willis, this is scary because they play him this week. He made history last week, and now he's back at it again. He has 23 catches for 271 and 3 TDs on the season. First player in league history with at least 20 catches and 3 touchdown catches in his first 3 career games. Also the youngest player in NFL history to catch 2 TD passes in the same game.
Woo! He is a stud, man. He is. It was when you looked at the top receivers, Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison. Like, there was a growing sense from a lot of people that Neighbors was the best one. And he has been so good for the Giants. And I saw it was
who was selected first?
Harrison.
Neighbors?
Harrison wasn't it?
Harrison, that's right.
I believe, because
like
it was
third or fourth. Or
yeah,
something.
it was the third pick for the Cardinals, and they picked him. It went Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, and man, he has been just every bit as good as advertised, and it looked like it on the film when I was watching the Giants yesterday and kind of prepping for things. And Chop, I got to be honest, this is not going to be an easy game. Like, really? I don't think. Look, Dallas is a better team, I think, but there are certain aspects of what the Giants do that are going to be really concerning based on what we've seen from the Cowboys the first few weeks. Before I get into those specifics, a couple different notes here, insights from NFL Pro to join with your stats you just threw out there. CeeDee Lamb this year has averaged 2 full yards less per route from the slot than compared to last season. He's averaging 0.7 yards per route run from the slot than 2023 when he was averaging 2.7 yards per route run out of there.
So it's 2. Now he's 2. He was 2.7.
No, he's 2 full yards down. He is 0.7 yards per route run from the slot, which is brutal. Malik Neighbors, we talk about motion and doing different things.
By the way, how much of that is missing camp?
He was asked about that yesterday. He said, that's not the issue. And I don't think that's part of it. I think it's more just they're having trouble clicking right now. Malik Neighbors has been sent in motion on a team-high 31 snaps this season for the Giants, including 17 in motion at the snap. And we'll talk about that here in a sec. They do some things where, as good as Malik Neighbors is, they still try to kind of scheme him open a little bit at times. CeeDee Lamb has generated the most yards after the catch over expected in the NFL this season. Is that surprising? Now, he had the big catch and breakaway and run. He had that one big one.
What was it
for the touchdown?
65 yards?
Yeah. And so that would have been 50 of it because he's had 71 yards per catch over expectation. So I assume a big chunk of that came on that catch and run.
That would be surprising then. That makes sense with that number being skewed.
All right, let's talk about the Giants specifically and what they're bringing to the table. Chop, if what you've seen, given what you've seen from the Cowboys on defense this year, if I told you, hey, a team is going to come in to this week with a game plan of using read options with the quarterback, running up the A gap between the tackles against, like really try to get on the interior defensive tackles, try to get guys in space, try to use crossing routes, clear outs, other things to get defenders caught up in traffic and open things up, use screen passes to set things up. If I said that was like the general game plan of an offense, that wouldn't sound like one that meshes really well with what Dallas has done defensively, does it?
Oh, no. No. Anything that has to do with handing the ball off doesn't mesh well with what Dallas does defensively.
That is the New York Giants offense. The Giants are going to use this game to work screen passes. They're going to work.
Daniel Jones rush for more than 30 yards.
He'll run. Yeah, probably. They will use the read option with him a lot. And he will absolutely use his legs, designed runs or designed read options. And we saw last week, the Cowboys had a lot of trouble keying in on those things and reading them quickly and making the right read and getting into the angle correctly and making the right run fit. And so that alone is going to be a little bit of a concerning aspect. Kalen Carson, who is the Cowboys' 5th-round pick, who has struggled the last couple weeks, a guy they're still really high on, and a guy they've got to lean on until Deron Bland gets back from injury, which we might be getting closer. Maybe we're looking at, we'll probably ask Jerry about this next week, but might be looking at Pittsburgh or Detroit, where he could start making his way back. But Carson, they've had to lean on a lot. Carson is dealing with a shoulder injury right now, and he is a genuine 50-50 about going in this game.
Really?
Yeah, and if he does not go, if he's unable to go, we're getting a healthy dose of Andrew Booth, who I know a lot of people were not thrilled with what they saw in the preseason after Dallas traded for him from Minnesota when they traded Nashawn Wright for Andrew Booth. So Andrew Booth will be in there. But even if it's Kalen Carson, so far this year, the plays where you've noticed Kalen Carson having a lot of trouble, it's been those hitch routes, those comeback routes, and then he takes an awful angle. Or how many different times have we seen against Dallas's defense this year? A hitch route, they grab the ball, shed a tackle, and then they take off 40 yards after the catch. That's happened, I feel like, three different times. And Carson specifically has dealt with it. Malik Neighbors he runs that kind of stuff a lot. Neighbors has caught 8 of 11 targets on hitch routes for a league high 77 yards this year, according to NFL Pro. And he will, not only is he just a really tough person, he is so good at selling the vertical route, being able to stop quickly, come back, attack the ball really strong. And then he's going to have space. He will catch the ball, turn around, and he's going to be staring a lone defender probably in the eyes of just like, okay, you got to make a play on me now. And so even on a basic hitch route comeback concept, Malik Neighbors is going to have separation and probably be able to make a play in space. And so you're going to have to tackle really well, which is something Carson has struggled with, something Andrew Booth has not done really well throughout his career. If he's going to play a lot in this game, do you travel Diggs? Do you say Diggs has got to be on him no matter what, whether he goes in the slot or not? They typically haven't done that, but man, they are going to be facing some serious mismatches there. The offensive line for the Giants is not nearly the trouble that it's been in the past. It's not great, but they've had several extended moments within games where they're protecting for Daniel Jones really well. And Daniel Jones, you see the connection he has with Malik Neighbors and the confidence he has in the running game and how the offensive line is starting to protect him a little bit. And you see what confidence does for him. And he's starting to, even when pressure's in his face, and he's typically had trouble with that and sees ghosts, this year he's starting to show you some really smooth, veteran sliding around the pocket and avoiding pressure and not panicking anymore. Still a guy who does not throw the deep ball great, doesn't have a great connection with receivers there. They've not been able to click on that. I don't know how much Jalen Hyatt will be an impact in this game.
He hasn't been. He's asked for, basically wants a trade.
And it's something where when you look at the deep shots they've taken so far this season, Daniel Jones has just had trouble getting in sync with his guys. So I think that Brian Daboll's going to look at this and say, all right, the way that we're going to attack the defense here is we're going to do what we've seen on film from people. We're going to set up the screen passes. We're going to have Devin Singletary, who's been great this year. I think he leads the league in forced missed tackles. He's been a bowling ball of runner, really tough, good in the screen game. This sets up to where a lot of your weaknesses on defense play right into things that the Giants are able to do. So that's a look at the Giants offense. We'll take a look at the Giants defense a little bit at 8:40 within below the belt. And so we'll touch on that there because we do got to get to chopping it up.
We do.
Before that.
But first, before that, we got to hook you up, Tolos, on this hump day.
Some people work things out.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Boyz II Men at Toyota Music Factory on October 13th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
You gonna go?
Am I gonna go?
You gonna go to the Boyz II Men concert? You've been jamming out to all these songs this week.
I could listen to Boyz II Men all day. All day. But I don't think Sarah would want to go to this. She might. She might, actually.
She liked Usher.
She did. She loves Usher.
I mean, Boyz II Men is kind of, it's a little
Kinda
more
Usher.
slow,
what am I
soulful.
saying? Of course she likes them. We jam. This anytime the song comes on, any of their songs, we're singing along to it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that it makes sense. And you should go. You should try and game those tickets after you
Well, you take your girl to a Boyz II Men concert, and it's happening after.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a given.
One part Alizé, one part Cristal.
It's like going to see, very nice. It's like going to see Titanic in the movie theater.
Which you did how many times?
At least 3 or 4.
Stud alert.
Maybe more.
Got a stud here.
Maybe more.
Let's chop it up.
Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, man. How about this scam couple? I want to tell you about this. I just saw this story this morning.
Before you do, are you having any pause about having Brett Favre in your chopping it up intro now?
Wait.
That's Brett Favre at the start of it. All right, fellas, let's have a little fun today.
I thought that was Jason Garrett the whole time.
You thought Jason Garrett had a southern twang? All right, fellas, let's have a little fun today.
No, it's just Jason. He's a chameleon, man.
He is.
No, I don't. No. Listen, you know me. I separate craft from person.
Yeah.
I can still watch the Cosby Show and not think about what Bill Cosby
I wasn't even thinking about the fraud thing. I was thinking more just the sad news yesterday. It's more like, oh, it's so sad. Like
my voice is killing me. Killing me.
You're greasing the wheels right now to call in tomorrow.
No. It's a game day. It's an easy day. I can't call in. All right, how about this one? Imagine this scam couple. They are duping wedding guests and they're shelling out about $3,000. So this is an anonymous Reddit user, which Peyton thinks has about 1 million people on it. And in the forum, Entitled People told a story about being invited to this wedding. And he changed their names, but he goes that he received an email, thank you for RSVPing to our wedding, and thank you for helping us have the wedding of our dreams. At the bottom, it said there was a link that said, click here for payment.
Pay for what?
Well, he thought it was a honeymoon page, and he saw a request for $2,700. So he thought it was a scam, so he called the wedding venue to let him know. And the venue said, no. They thank you for your contribution to enable them to have their dream wedding. They stressed this was only made known after Jack had RSVP'd. Yes, he also realized that his girlfriend's invitation was likely an ulterior motive. But he still cared enough about the couple to empty his entire savings account of $3,000 and attend the wedding. So he thought he would try to cut his losses by stocking up on the free food in the open bar. And $40 for beverages.
Dude, okay.
Drinks were not included. You had to pay a $40 upfront fee. Now, that's not the least of it. He was also slammed with a $270 charge as well. He was informed by the bride and groom that they had requested every guest be charged this amount for tip for the venue workers. So he had no more money left from rinsing his entire savings for the wedding. He had to negotiate a lower tip. And he realized that they completely pawned off the cost of their nuptials onto their loved ones without paying a dime. The couple did not pay a dime for this wedding. And the amount of people who are like, are you crazy? Why I would not pay $3,000 to go to a family member's wedding. If my child said it's going to cost you $3,000 to come to my wedding, okay, maybe for my sons. Maybe. Well, there's a good chance I would just have somebody go and just FaceTime me while I'm there.
Yeah, dude, I mean, $3,000. Like, I understand, of course, like travel expenses or like you've got to pay for, like a hotel or like room reservations or whatever else. Like, okay, fine, I get all that. But like this trend, which this is not the first story I've seen of people who are basically having a communal pot pay for the wedding. Like, what is it? When did that? Because historically, growing up, it was father of the bride. Like it's the parents of the bride pay for the wedding. That typically is, and it is shifted aggressively in this current generation and in this current era. And now the solution to it apparently seems to be, let's have other people pay for it.
Yeah.
I you don't have to say. Do you remember how much you paid for your wedding?
Ballpark.
Was it? Did you have to pay for it, or did you get help from the?
Oh no, we got help. We got help from both parents.
So we paid for it all. Like I just paid, and which was not going to be big. It was going to be a small wedding, and I had to call in favors, and I still was paying like it was $5,000, I think, or something like that. And that's with I got the venue for free. I got a bunch of other stuff for free. Like, and so there were all these different favors that I was able to call in. Still cost $5,000.
It's expensive.
And I didn't once think Well, if people want to be part of our special day, let's have them split this charge.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
Insane.
what is the charge going to if you're then paying $40 for food and stuff?
I mean, you're maybe pocketing the money.
That's easy. This generation, man.
It's insane. It really is. This is awful. It's one of the worst. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Peyton, when you get married, are you guys going to do this? Are you guys going to charge us to go to your wedding?
No. If you show up, maybe a small gift, but that's about it. I feel bad if I would charge you guys money.
How much would you pay to go to Peyton's wedding shop? Like, what's the highest dollar figure that if he said this is how much it costs just to help us out with stuff? How much would you pay?
Open bar, by the way.
Because I would. Like, I'm not gonna just say I wouldn't pay anything on principle. But like, if we're getting past probably $100 a head,
my wedding gift, whatever it is, standard. I just give what I think they paid for me to be there.
Okay, that's fair.
So, $100 a head, $200 a head, whatever it is. I just pay whatever I think they paid for me to be there.
That's fair.
So they can make that money back.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. I'm a big fan of this story. And remember her name is Annie Knight. Annie is the Australian most active woman on the planet.
Oh,
remember her?
This the lady who set the 500-person goal?
Well,
or whatever?
It was 600 actually was the goal.
Well,
last year it was 365 people. This year she is quote leveling up, and she told the Edge podcast with Clint, Meg, and Dan.
Doesn't sound like a lot of edge there.
No, she gave an update on where she is, and as of Labor Day, she was over the 400 person mark. I say person because she does not discriminate. She meets a lot of these suitors online.
It's lubricated.
She says she...
Thank you, Jerry.
She says she is really picky. And she sometimes...
No, she's not.
She says she sometimes lowers the bar. But some days there might be 5 people. Other days, nobody. But to do to get to 600... At her current number of just over 400, she needs to get to 1.6 people per day throughout the rest of the year. By the way, she also revealed that she's likely to make between $3 and $4 million this year off of OnlyFans and other websites. So
she is lying.
Oh, you think so?
Right? There's no way she's hit that number.
That seems like an awful lot. She obviously doesn't work. She's making $3 million on OnlyFans.
I mean, it sounds like work. That sounds like a lot of work.
I mean, first of all, this is just an aside here. Now, I know you are. Now, I necessarily wouldn't. But when you're going with different people, is she showering 5 times a day? Clearly, like certainly after one is completed, you would shower.
Yeah.
Who showers 5 times a day?
Even baseball players take a shower between the doubleheader.
That's a good point. I like what you did there. Yellowstone is starting in November. November 10th is the premiere for season 5B.
Oh, Kristen's going to be so excited because she binged all the way through it, and now she's in a I don't know what to do with my hands kind of state where she's like, I don't have anything to watch.
So if you want to find out the alleged leaked ending, it is online. You can go check it out. But one thing that we do know about the ending, this was told by Cole Hauser, who plays Rip. And it's not about the ending. It's not any storyline. But he did say that this is not going to wrap in a tight little bow. It's not going to. It's going to not be wrapped up in a tight little bow, and I absolutely hate that. There's nothing. I don't want the Sopranos ending.
But is it because they've clearly set the precedent for prequels and stuff? Are they just leaving the door open for we're going to offshoot?
Now
here?
that very well may be the case, and if that's the case, I'm fine with it because I will watch the next one. But I liked the story. I don't want the story to be completely open ended where we don't know what happened with Kevin Costner's character. We don't know what happened with Beth's character. We don't know. You know what I mean? I want this thing to be at least wrapped up to where I have some closure. I never felt like I got the proper closure from Sopranos.
Did you know? Kristen was blown away by this because she loves Rip on the show. Cole Hauser, who you're just talking about. Do you know what you saw him in way before Yellowstone?
Well, yeah, he was in Dazed and Confused. He was in Fast and Furious 2, Too Fast, Too Furious.
He was in Good Will Hunting. He was the fourth friend with Casey Affleck, Ben Affleck, and Matt Damon.
Oh, yeah.
He's the one who's. It's a good car. When he gives him the car, it's a good car.
Good car.
Yeah. He looks nothing like that anymore.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that one. Diddy is refusing to eat in prison.
Diddy now.
Diddy, yeah. He is refusing to eat in prison. He thinks he's trying to be poisoned, that they're trying to poison him. He's been put on suicide watch as a preventative measure. His mental state is deteriorating. His bail was obviously denied, $50 million. And more stories keep coming out. There was a story out there that I saw yesterday that a woman has filed a lawsuit against him, saying that him and his bodyguard drugged and assaulted her. Just awful, awful stories.
Yeah.
Horrific. And he'll never see the light of day again.
No. I mean, he's... I don't know. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, but I don't have any sympathy.
No, I don't. And you see every day, you see a new Justin Bieber video out there or a new video of, an interview that somebody did that this was like so well known.
Yeah.
Now, how did this come out?
It started with, it was mainly the lawsuit from Cassie. That was like the thing that really broke it. But the buzz started to build when like different people were talking about it. Like started hit like Cat Williams was one who had talked about it.
Yeah,
and kind of hinted at it a little
Shannon's
bit.
Podcast, right?
I think he mentioned it with Rogan a couple years ago. That's how Cosby got taken down. It was Hannibal Buress making a joke at a comedy show, and then people went, "What's he talking about?" And they dug in on it, and it's the same sort of thing.
Wow. Well, he's not eating, and I don't know. He'll never see the light of day. And I don't have any sympathy there. None at all. All right, that's chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Is it report card time, Bobby?
No, it's power rankings
That's
time.
report card time. See how we did last week. Power rankings next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you over to sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Rankings time on 105.3 The Fan. Now, did Sean send?
He did not.
Ranking?
He did not. I mean, if people want to basically send in their power rankings on the fan text and pick them for Sean, maybe you can do that, and we'll count those as Sean's for next week. So if you want to put like the Panthers at number 1 or something like that, you could do that. We'd be okay with that.
All right, so here's how we did last week.
I don't think we had a good week again.
Oh, no. Bobby, you had KC.
Okay.
Houston.
Nope.
San Fran.
Nope.
Detroit.
Yes.
New Orleans.
No.
2 and 3.
Peyton. You had KC.
Yep.
Houston. San Fran. New Orleans. Buffalo.
No, 2 and 3.
I had KC, Buffalo, New Orleans, San Fran, Detroit.
3 and 2.
3 and 2.
And your top 2. Yeah, you won, and your top 2 won.
Top 2 did win, yes, absolutely. All right, so we'll do it. We'll do let's do 1 through 5, because we all know number 1 is going to be the same for all of us, I assume. Although I think Peyton one time this year has had Kansas City not number 1. He's a fool. But let's start it off, Bobby. Let's do. Do you want to do how
1 through 5 is fine?
But do you want to do how the other other publications have?
We can come back around on that one.
Number 1, Bobby.
Number 1. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. Look, it's
yes. All right.
Kansas City is still a good team, and they got a lot of deference for. You're the Super Bowl champs. You're looking to do something this year that nobody else has done, and by the end of the year, we're probably going to be looking at it still and saying, "Yep, they did it again. Here they are once more," because they're that good. But
by the way, real quick, Sean had the worst week of the bunch. That's why he's out. He had, well, I guess he was about the same. He had Kansas City, San Fran, New Orleans, Detroit, Tampa.
Ooh.
So he was 2 and 3 as well.
That's rough. Buffalo has just been so good. I can't.
They've been a jug.
I can't ignore what they've done post Stephon Diggs, and with all the noise that was around them, and as the oldest team in the league, and all the mess that was surrounding Sean McDermott last year after the Taliban so brave thing that he said. The way they have rallied and not faltered, and how good Josh Allen looks. This is just a really dominant football team right now, and I can't keep Kansas City up there with 3 really close games. This has been 3 pretty dominant games. Arizona was dicey for a little bit, but they handled it pretty well in the second half. But I mean, I just can't overlook that aspect of it. And the best point differential in the NFL at plus 64. So I got the Buffalo Bills at number 1.
Peyton?
I will copy Bobby. Buffalo Bills. Now, I am a little surprised. I'm looking at the spread because the Bills are in Baltimore this weekend. The Baltimore Ravens are 2.5-point favorites in that one.
That's a pick 'em.
Man, But I have the Bills as well. They're dominant. They're going to continue to be dominant.
Why would they be a favorite, Baltimore?
Short week. Short week for Buffalo.
Okay. And travel.
That's about it. Other than that, I don't know that there's a reason. Because they've been better than Baltimore. Better.
So you're number one, Kansas City.
I have Kansas City number one, just defaulting. I don't know that I'll ever move them off that line. I just think, like, if I was going to pick them to make the Super Bowl, they're playing tomorrow, I'm still picking Kansas City to win.
Does Kelce give you any pause?
A little bit.
Although Rashee Rice has been so damn good.
He has been good. They've got injuries. Pacheco's been hurt. They're not without injuries. They'll probably make a move, but yeah, I have Kansas City number one.
All right, number two, the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm not going to ding them too much, but I mean these have been. Look, Baltimore was in a position to potentially win that game. Cincinnati was in a position to win that game. Atlanta was in a position to win that game. That's just three really tough games, and teams are going to be gunning for Kansas City this year. So I think they're a little bit bruised right now. They're a little bit down, but I fully expect they're going to still finish this year with like 12, 13 wins.
Oh, yeah, they always do.
So they are still one of the, they're way up the list of teams I would least want to see in a game right now. But they have struggled. Not enough to drop them down from number two, though.
Peyton?
Chiefs as well. I mean, look, 3 straight one-score wins for them worries me a little bit, but all you have to do is win the game. You score more points than the other team, and you're going to win, and you're going to move up in the power rankings, and here you are. The Chiefs, man, they just keep winning, mainly because Patrick Mahomes.
Could you say that last part again? Because I think that's an important point. If you score more points, you win.
There you go.
What?
That's good stuff.
That's all you got to do.
Wow. Except for in golf. That's bad. Oh. I have Buffalo 2. They were my first power rankings first week of the year. Then they were not my second. And then they were number 2 last week.
Did we all have Buffalo out on 5 in, 5 out?
Okay, so Sean had him out. You had him out. Peyton and I had him in.
Damn it. Okay. All right. Y'all are going to be right about that because they're good.
Yeah, I'm going to be wrong about...
did I have Cincy in? I think I did.
You have Cincy in. We all had Cincy in. Every single one of us had Cincy in.
Idiots.
Damn you, Burrow.
All right, number 3.
All right, number 3. And I don't know how this team is doing, what they're doing right now. It is the Minnesota Vikings. And the Vikings, I would not hate anybody who tried to argue for them as number 1 just based on resume.
It's a good resume.
You win your first game on the road by 22 points. I know it's the Giants, but you still went in there, handle business. And then you beat San Francisco and Houston. There were a lot of people before the season whose Super Bowl prediction was San Francisco-Houston. I think that was mine. I know I had Houston winning it, but I think I had San Francisco in there against them. But, man, super impressive victory against the Houston Texans. And they are just rolling right now. And if they go into Green Bay and win that game, man, this is they're really pushing for the status of they need to be talked about as number 1. Again, peripheral stats don't look great in a lot of areas necessarily. Sam Darnold, you wonder how much he can keep that up, but you can't argue their resume. They have to be in the top 5. And also, if we didn't put him in the top 5, marketing consultant Cody told me he was going to call in and scream at us.
Is he a Vikings fan?
Big Vikings fan. He grew up in Oklahoma, so it was an Adrian Peterson thing.
My uncle wasn't a Vikings fan. I have no idea why.
I don't know. Mike Fisher grew up a Vikings fan.
Yeah, I get that one. Okay, I get that one. Peyton.
This one I struggled with. I had Minnesota there, then I scratched them out, put Detroit, re-scratched them out, put them back in there. I'm going with the Lions at number 3. I'm still a believer in Dan Campbell, Jared Goff, those guys in Detroit. I still think they end up winning the division. It's going to be tough now with Minnesota. They look legit. Like Bobby said, a great resume right now to start the season. But I got to go with my gut feel, and I have Detroit at number 3.
I have I thought about Minnesota here, but I too have Detroit. And I thought to myself, if these two teams played on a neutral field, Detroit's favored probably by more than a field goal right now. So they'll get the nod. Their biggest issue, though, is red zone scoring. And they were great at it last year. They were 5 of their first 9 last year in red zone. This year, they're just 5 of their first 13. It's not even 40%.
Yeah, they're moving the ball fine. They're not. Yeah. They're just not finishing.
Yeah, and if you can move the ball fine, red zone scoring is one of those things that it's like batting average on balls in play. If you move the ball into the red zone, eventually you're going to break through, and they'll come in bunches, so it's not really something to worry about. It's much more worrisome to not get into the red zone than it is to get into the red zone and not score. Sooner or later, that'll even out. So I have Detroit at number 3. Number 4.
Number 4, I have the Detroit Lions. And look, it's the game a couple weeks ago that they played against the Buccaneers was obviously not great. I mean, they still, within the context of the box score, did enough to probably win that game. It's just those sort of things. They won those gritty games last year. So it was something that was a little bit of a concern last week. I wanted to see how they bounce back. Didn't dominate Arizona in the final score, but did enough, did their job. And Arizona has been a team that's played pretty well the first 2 weeks. So I don't think that's just a, what kind of a victory is that? There's some quality to that, especially going on the road, beating Arizona the way Kyler Murray's played. And again, they're moving the ball well. They're top 10 in offense and defense in terms of yardage. So moving the ball, not letting teams move it a lot on them. They are number 1 with the new kickoff rules. They are number 1 in opponents' average starting field position. Opponents are starting at the 24 on average.
Wow. Okay. Very good. Peyton.
Vikings number 4 to me. I had obviously had them 3, then moved them down, but 4. They're undefeated. 3 very good wins. I don't know how Sam Darnold's been doing it, but he's been doing it. They have Justin Jefferson. That team's been rolling. Minnesota number 4.
That's what Minnesota comes down to. Do you trust Sam Darnold or not? Do you trust him or not? It's hard for me to believe that a guy who was really good in college and then a top 5 pick is just a bum.
He's clearly got skills.
You have skills somewhere. It's just about being able to mentally do it or harness it or get into the right system, and it appears he is in the right system. And I don't think it's any coincidence that Minnesota got him the year after he was in San Francisco. And I'm sure Shanahan told his boy Kevin O'Connell, "Hey man, take this guy, get it, give him a shot." I mean, he worked well in our system in practice. Apparently they liked him. Who knows? But I have Minnesota as well at number 4. Bobby, number 5.
Oh, I'm glad we went 1 through 5 because I knew my number 5 would piss you off,
me,
RJ Choppy. Oh yeah, my number 5 team. I'm not gonna look at all this New Orleans high scoring offense or bank on, man, what are the Chargers doing to rally? You better believe number 5, the Pittsburgh Steelers, with what you think is unsustainable defense. The Pittsburgh Steelers to this point have given up 26 points. The Cowboys give up that much, more than that in a half at home recently. But this is by far the most dominant defense in the NFL right now. They are number 1 in points allowed, number 1 in yards allowed. They gave up 168 yards to the Chargers. They completely dominated the Falcons and the Broncos. They are just really, really tough and stingy. And I know you think it's unsustainable. It's not something that you're going to be able to bank on consistently, but they are not turning the ball over, and they're playing great defense. That's going to be enough to win a lot of football games, so I'm putting them at number 5.
Peyton, don't be an idiot.
I'm going to be an idiot here. The Seattle Seahawks, number 5 for me. The potential NFC West division champs. San Francisco, they're falling off right now. And, McCaffrey's hurt. Debo's hurt. They got a lot of injuries. Kittle has been out. So if that team isn't for real, if their injury bug is hurting them throughout the remainder of the season, that could be crucial. But right now I have the 3-0 Seattle Seahawks at number 5.
Seattle's not a bad pick. They're a 3.5-point dog on the road at Detroit, and that's foolish because all they do is beat Detroit every time they play them. They score 40 points while they're doing it.
Now I had Detroit 3, Seattle 5. So if Detroit does win, I get 2 points, correct?
Yeah, you would. Right. You would have that counted.
I had San Francisco. I don't care about the record. I don't. They were up 21-7 on the Rams without Debo, without McCaffrey. Kittle's banged up.
There's a lot of people saying that may have been the best game Purdy's played of his career,
and he was tremendous. So they're down that. They're really missing the yards after catch. They are dead last in yak after 3 weeks. That's a big reason for their success over the years. How much of that, though, is because McCaffrey's out and Debo's out. I think a large part of it. Nobody thought of that Jets game that they were, going to lose to Minnesota and the Rams. They never should have lost the Rams. They're up 21-7. Never should have lost that game. If not for a 97-yard touchdown pass to Jefferson, they don't lose the Minnesota game either. So, nuance, boys and girls. Nuance, San Fran, number 5. So I have Kansas City, Buffalo, Detroit, Minnesota, and San Francisco.
I have Buffalo number 1, Kansas City 2, Minnesota 3, Detroit 4, and the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 5.
Buffalo 1, Kansas City 2, Detroit 3, Minnesota 4, and Seattle 5.
All right, that's your power rankings here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some breaking college football news that's really going to hack off some of the traditionalists. And we also introduce you to the most in denial person in the world of sports. That is all coming up next on Sean and RJ. Without Sean, who's got a little tickle in his throat. It's coming up next year on 105 through The Fan. After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan. Sean's out today, so it's really Bobby or Chobby. Either one of them you want to get to. So that's what's happening on this Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ.
BP, can we call ourselves BPC?
BPC.
Yeah, Bobby Peyton Choppy.
That's fine.
If you say it fast enough.
Yeah, I get you. I saw the story. Actually, Spittle sent this to us. And it's troubling. It is very, very troubling. Matthew Sluka is the starting quarterback for UNLV. Now, UNLV is undefeated, and I actually have a ticket on them to make the playoff. I did this before the season started. This is very depressing news for me. He announced late last night on social media he will not play any more games this year. This is his post on Twitter. It's a thank you with his photo to UNLV Nation. I've decided to utilize my redshirt year and will not be playing in any additional games. I've committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled, despite discussions became clear these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. I wish my teammates the best of luck and hope for the continued success of the program. This is the starting quarterback for a 3-0 team who has legitimate, and I mean legitimate, aspirations and chances of making the playoff because the top group of 5 team gets in. And they're about to play Fresno State. They got a schedule that's manageable. They've already beat 2 Big 12 teams on the road, Kansas and Houston.
This is why, I mean, college football is professional sports now.
Yes. Without a contract, that's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is it's professional sports without the contract.
The biggest, and I know we've talked about this before, but the biggest mistake the NCAA made during this whole NIL evolution, they dug in so hard against it and thought they were the NFL.
Yeah.
Like they thought they had that kind of power. And the issue was if they would have recognized this is heading a certain direction that is going to eventually lead to, legal rulings and precedent that opens things up, then if they would have had the foresight to say that, they could have gotten ahead of this and said, while they were still in control, said, hey, you know what? We agree with you. Let's work on developing something. And you would not have had it go to the courts the way it did. And now that it's gone to the courts, they could have built this up kind of in the way they wanted, within the structure that they wanted. Then it got thrown to the courts, and the court said, NCAA is wrong, basically stripped them of most of their power, and now it's the Wild West.
Yeah, it is. But it's a Wild West without any kind of written agreements. I mean, apparently. Like, how do you say to a guy, hey, you come here to play, and we're going to give you this, this, and this, and then not give it to him?
Right.
Like, if you go and take a job somewhere, and they don't pay you, like what the agreement was, like, how long are you staying there?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's...
Now, you could theoretically just say, all right, you know what? I'm here. I'm going to stick it out because I want a chance to go to the playoff, and maybe I'll even get more money next year. But
yeah, I don't blame him.
I don't blame him at all.
I don't blame him for saying, I was supposed to have certain, agreements met, or there were supposed to be certain payments or whatever else that's related to this. And then if they're not doing that, I don't blame him for saying, well, I'm not going out there. Like, there's plenty of other programs around here that are going to pay me for it, and I am not going to risk injury or risk my future earning potential on a empty promise from the school that they were going to pay me, and now they're not.
Now, UNLV, you would think, would have some casino cash.
Yeah.
Right? You would think. So I don't know what's going on there with that. But, yeah, this is like, you would not continue to work for your company if they didn't pay you. I guess, if you wanted to look at it and say, well, if I did play the rest of this year and this was out there and known that I'm basically playing for free, they didn't honor their commitment, That would show NFL teams that I love football.
How funny is this, though? Like UNLV of all programs. Like when NIL is legal, is not paying.
Yeah.
And then when NIL wasn't legal, they were like giving Larry Johnson cars and stuff like that.
It's rich. It's real rich. So UNLV, man, you got to pay up. If you promise it, you got to pay up. Let me introduce you to the most delusional and in denial person in sports.
The president of UNLV?
Not the president of UNLV.
Oh.
This is Vlade Divac.
I've heard of him.
Divac.
More like diva with what he's saying here.
I call him Vlade. I still call him Vlade.
Blade Runner.
He was talking to a publication in Europe.
The Serbian language news outlet Index HR.
Oh, of course. He was asked about drafting Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic and whether that was the wrong choice. And he said, quote, "Time will tell. I already had De'Aaron Fox. Time will tell if I was wrong. As things stands now, it seems I was, but I still have faith in Fox having a great career."
No. He said, "I have faith in Little Fox."
Little Fox. That's right. Little Fox. Little Fox. So Vlade is in a little bit of denial. I hope the translation was wrong. I hope they mistranslated this, because how do you sit there and say that one guy who's been to 2 West Finals and an NBA Finals and is basically, he rolls out of bed into an All-NBA team.
Literally looks like he's rolled out of bed.
Literally. This is out of shape. Now, De'Aaron Fox is a nice player. Like, there's nothing wrong with De'Aaron Fox.
Sure.
He's a good player. I think if you draft anybody, that's a hit. That's a hit of a draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a superstar, but he's absolutely a hit. But just because you had him doesn't mean you don't draft another great player at a similar position in a positionless NBA.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you ask any other team in the NBA right now, would you rather have Marvin Bagley and De'Aaron Fox or De'Aaron Fox and Luka Doncic? Then
right.
Give me that.
Yeah, he's still trying, and teams that are still trying to build their lineups. Well, we have a center, we have a small forward, we have a power forward. We need this instead of just getting the best player and figuring out all the rest. This is a positionless league. Everybody's just around the perimeter now anyway.
Well, Vlade's clearly tired of being considered basically the Portland Trailblazers picking Sam Bowie ahead of Michael Jordan.
He was taking ahead of Kobe, right?
No, well, I mean,
he was traded for Kobe.
Yeah, he was traded for Kobe, but I think he's tired of the comparison because somebody brought up, they're like, well, you didn't think De'Aaron Fox and Luka could work, so he's asked, what about the way Luka and Kyrie have worked? Like, that's worked. And he said,
how about LeBron and Wade, who both are primary ball handlers?
He said, doesn't move him at all. He says, nope, Irving is a classic scorer, as is Luka. Fox is not. He is a player who needs the ball just like Luka needs it. I could only take Luka, but then I would have had to have traded Fox. Interestingly, he likes to point this out. He wants to stop down like, hey, why is all the heat coming on me? He goes, interestingly, Phoenix skipped Luka, and their coach was Igor Kokoskov or whatever his name was, who was his coach in Slovenia. Atlanta drafted him, but they also passed on him. It wasn't until Dallas took it. I like watching Luka. I really like his basketball, but I had my own reasons why I decided the way I did. So he's basically saying, like, all right, if you're going to give me hell, give Phoenix hell. Give Atlanta hell.
Yeah. Okay, and they deserve hell too.
But they did probably end up with better players in Trae Young. And, I mean, they walked away from DeAndre Ayton, but DeAndre Ayton got the big contract.
He's better than Bagley. I mean,
and so I'm saying they still ended up with better players than that. And now he did say, he was asked about following in the footsteps of Jokic, Luka, because he said, yeah, look, Luka's good. But he said, in terms of talent and game, he's right on track. But then he did take a body shot, literally. He said, Jokic takes great care of his body. I'd be very happy if we see Luka with the MVP award, but he'll have to take good care of his body. So he's like, yeah, he's got to fall into that Jokic.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Jokic, Jason Tatum said what I believe to be the most genuine and accurate thing he has ever said. Truthful. Most honest and truthful and maybe genuine thing. I think he's 100% right. He was asked when he knew they were going to win the NBA title. And he said it was when Minnesota beat Denver.
Oh.
Knowing that the moment Denver was eliminated is when he knew this. He told us to the Boston Globe. When he beat them, he knew they were going to win. They were the only team that could beat them. And I think he's absolutely right. I mean, to be fair, none of us knew. I think we knew deep down that the Mavs had no chance.
I mean, we all picked them.
We picked them, but that's how much that was our, like, Just we wanted to pick them.
Hey, I don't know.
I know. Looking back from my standpoint, I was like, all right.
I was really buying in after the way I saw Boston played Indiana.
They swept.
No, but I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All of those Indiana played them tight. And I was like, okay, there's some vulnerability here. And I thought Porzingis would crumble quicker than Kyrie did. And I was wrong. It was the reverse. And so that was...
Yeah. Now, coincidentally, when Minnesota beat Denver, that's also when the Mavericks knew they were going to the NBA Finals. They knew they were going to beat Minnesota.
Yeah.
The Mavericks knew. Because Denver was still the best team in the West, in my opinion, the only one that could have won the title. I think it's the most truthful thing he's said. In an off season of scams and just not even gaslighting, but just corny.
He just seems like, it seems like he goes like, how do I human? Like, how do I, how does a normal human talk? Like, it's almost like he's just, like, I almost feel bad for him. It seems like he's trying to fit in.
Yeah.
Like, it's that he's just socially awkward. He's trying to fit in. And so in the process, he's just mirroring or mimicking. This was funny. We always got to get a Joe Mazzulla story in there.
Oh, yeah. Give it to me.
Jared Weiss was out at Celtics. They're starting to get their practices ramped up for the preseason. Mavericks actually will start their season here in about a month. Jared Weiss said Jason Tatum was talking about the offseason. He said, I talked to Joe a lot. Joe was probably the happiest person in the world that I didn't win finals MVP and I didn't play in 2 of the games at the Olympics. That was odd, but if you know Joe, it makes sense. And when he says that, I go, yeah, it makes sense in the sense that Joe Mazzulla's weird. And that still does. Why would you tell a player or like give off the vibe to a player that you're happy he didn't win the finals MVP and you're happy he was benched for 2 games in the Olympics? Joe Mazzulla's so weird.
Right. Because now listen, I mean, is he happy because now it gives him a chip on his shoulder? Because, like, champions need a chip on their shoulder to win the next year, don't they?
Yeah.
Like, this would be it. But, like, I don't know, does an angry Jason Tatum scare anybody?
There's a lot of chatter. People are wondering. He apparently also disclosed that he was working with a trainer. He is changing the mechanics of his jump shot.
Well, good. He needs to. I mean, it looks like something from the YMCA.
But, man, you remember... Hamilton. You remember Josh Hamilton's toe tap mechanism and stuff with it? And they were like, oh, we got to clean that up. And they tried to, and then he couldn't hit. When he had a technically clean swing, all of a sudden he couldn't hit again. I wonder, like, does Jason Tatum change this up and it starts throwing him off?
All right, we'll see. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. What's coming up in Below the Belt?
Yeah, it is the Cowboys offensive script, the equivalent of a blockbuster flop. That's next in Below the Belt on the fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct, folks. It is Diamonds Direct, and it is the time where you need them the most. Why? Because...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Thursday with the Cavenders kickoff at 7:15 on your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Arian Foster was right. The NFL and the Cowboys have a script.
Oh.
And it might be broken.
Okay.
More on that in just a second.
Real quick, coming up at 9 o'clock, we do have some updates on this UNLV quarterback story that, oh, man, this is a shakedown. This is a shakedown.
Further drives home a lot of the issues that come when you don't get ahead of something and try to work out a deal, and instead you just leave it up to courts to say, all right, free for all, everybody go forward. This is Below the Belt. It is brought to you by #1 Air. All right, so Brian Broaddus had brought up recently, I'd heard him talk about it. He talked about it on our podcast. I heard him talk about it on G-Bag, where he was curious about some of the efficiency with the Cowboys' scripted plays.
Mm-hmm.
That he said he felt like early on when we see most offenses, for those that don't know, NFL offenses, for the most part, script the first 15 plays.
Really? I never heard of that.
Have you? Oh, okay. I thought you were. I was like, you're kidding, right?
No, yeah. I mean, that's we used to talk about this with Jason all the time.
It's the Bill Walsh technique.
Yeah.
Bill Walsh started this. This is something that NFL teams have done for a long time. In fact, one of my favorite notes from over the years was the '92 NFC Championship game. When that was still pretty fresh, the whole scripting first 15 plays, or it was a not fresh, but I mean, it wasn't as long-standing a tradition as it's become. The 49ers walked into the 92 NFC Championship game with George Seifert with their 15 scripted plays, and Dave Wannstedt responded by scripting the first 15 defensive plays, which seems very risky.
It does.
And I think the very first play was like an 80-yard touchdown to Jerry Rice that got called back for a penalty. But it was like they had just gotten done on the broadcast talking about how Dave Wannstedt scripted his first 15, and it's like, and there goes Jerry Rice. And then they called it back. But ultimately, it was like all right, gamesmanship. We're going to script too. You're not going to get any sort of sense of how we're going to react to what you're doing or settle into anything. But NFL teams will still, to this day, script the first 15 plays often. And so, Brian, we've noticed this. The offense does look different early in these games. Partly because, I guess, they get down by a lot, and then they have to start throwing the ball a bunch. But it has looked less like it's weird stuff of like, all right, a boot action, throw to the flat, a lot of curls, a lot of comeback, stuff like that. So
absolutely, I want them to take the opening kick, though, if they get it.
You do?
We talked about that yesterday, right?
Why? Because of the whole thing of just like falling down?
Yeah, the Cowboys play better from ahead.
Are you concerned about that specifically with the Giants, though?
Because like the Giants, you think? Oh, because you're saying like the Giants should just get ahead of you?
Yeah, or I'm just saying like, do you have that same concern where you're like, I don't necessarily think the Giants are going to go march down the field and score on you?
No, not necessarily, but I think in general, like this year, I think that it's probably better.
All right, so I went ahead and looked up how the Cowboys have performed in the first 15 plays from scrimmage this season compared to how they play on play number 16 and after. So in their first 15, they have 26 pass plays to 19 run. Pretty balanced. Like that's not an aggressive split. And in fact, I mean, it's skewed a little that if you look at it from the perspective of one of those runs, Chop, was a Dak scramble. So that's really a pass play that was called. So it's more like 27 pass plays. But for the sake of measuring how efficient the plays themselves are, you group it into the run. But 26 pass plays to 19 run plays. Not a huge discrepancy at all. After the first scripted plays, Chop, this year, they have 108 pass plays to 43 runs. More than double.
All right. Well, I mean, that makes sense with the being falling
down
behind.
Sure, being down like they are.
But
so,
say how many pass plays?
On which one? The scripted plays?
After scripted.
108 pass plays after the script and 43 runs. It's a lot. Now, on the first 15, you include the passing yards, obviously, and then you also include the sack yards. You take that off the total to get the net yardage from the pass plays. So their net yards per play, per pass play, on the scripted plays is 5.7 yards per play. 71% completion percentage. A lot of stuff underneath, short, not pushing the ball down the field very much. Brian was curious to see, he thought that they were probably having a lot more success outside the script. They're having more success throwing the ball, but it's not as aggressive a number as you'd think. On those 108 pass plays after the script, they are averaging 6.1 net yards per play. So almost a half yard per pass play more. Now, they're only completing 57% of their passes when they're outside the script.
So and I wonder if they're forced to go downfield more.
Yeah, and obviously it's something where a lot more of the, like when you're pushing the ball downfield and trying to do more, like those are going to be lower percentage throws.
So remember in 2016, 17, 18, when the big fight was that, Dak is not the guy. The defenses are letting him throw because they don't want Zeke to hurt them.
Yeah.
And they were stacking the box, right? Everybody's stacking the box, which they never really were stacking the box. What kind of defense have they been playing now? Are they like completely giving the Cowboys all the running lanes they want? They just can't take advantage of them?
There's not a lot of box stacking. In fact, I'll look that up while we're sitting here talking about it because I can get that number, how many stacked boxes they faced when running the ball. But if you look at the way they've drawn things up, again, being 6.1 yards per pass play, you got to remember there's 15% difference basically in the completion percentage, which is going to lower the net yards per pass attempt. If you just take it to completions, yards per completions within the first 15 plays, it is 9.3 yards per completion. A lot of stuff underneath. When you get out of the script, Chop, it's 12 yards per completion. Now you see the discrepancy.
Yeah.
So you're getting a lot of stuff underneath. You're not as accurate when you're pushing the ball down the field.
Every completion's a first down.
Yeah. And you're not as accurate when you're pushing the ball down the field later in the game and trying to do some different things. So that makes sense that you would have some of that issue. Now, the run offense. In the script, Chop, they've run 19 plays in the script, 4.1 yards per carry. Not great. It's kind of just the very baseline minimum, 4 yards per carry. When they get out of the script on their 43 run plays, they are averaging 3.4 yards per carry.
You can fall forward and get that. No,
I mean, honestly, you can. That's essentially you hit the line of scrimmage and just kind of go down. That's basically what it is. But I mean, this shows to me that maybe the script is what works for the run game. Like that they're all right, you're able to commit to some different things. You're basically looking at it from a perspective of we're going to run the ball, we're going to be committed to doing it regardless of where we're at in the score, so you have some efficiency with it. Whereas at other points of the game, when you're just kind of picking and choosing, it's not working out for you nearly to the extent that it needs to. Now, the Cowboys, you asked about the stacked box percentage, right? Mm-hmm. They are right in the middle of the league according to NFL Pro. They are 16th in NFL or in stacked box percentage. 19.4% of their runs have been against a stacked box.
Now, how does I wonder? Is there a way to find out how their yards per carry against that differs from the rest of the league?
Probably. I need to go through NFL Pro a little bit more. I will say, what's wild is the run stuff percentage, like basically stopped for no gain or loss. The Cowboys have the lowest run stuff percentage of any offense in the league. They've only been stuffed on 6.5% of their carries.
So they're getting a push.
They're at least they're not getting just blown up by. But what that tells me is they're not getting any yards after contact.
No, it's the offensive line is giving them a push, and the running backs are just their yards above expectation. As we know, is as bad as it gets.
Yep. So we'll have some more stuff to dive into. That may be worth looking into some of those splits a little bit deeper. You got to get the NFL Pro, man. You would have a field day.
How
with
much
it. You'd
is it
love
a month?
I mean, you could probably. I guess you could get a media account. Just kind of reach out, or I'll just give you mine. You can log
How about
in on
that?
one.
Yeah, just give me yours.
There we go. Password sharing.
Yeah,
all right,
baby.
We talked about the Giants.
You hear that, Netflix?
We talked about the Giants offense at 7:30ish. So if you want to go back get a preview of that later, that was at 7:30. Looking at the defense, dude, this pass rush is ridiculous. They are so good with their front four, and their defensive coordinator there that they have right now. They hired him away from the Tennessee Titans, Shane Bowen. Shane Bowen is not afraid to mix up blitzes.
In relation to Steven?
I don't think so. No. Doesn't look to be anyway. But
what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean by it. When you watch, Shane Bowen is not afraid to scheme up safety blitzes, corner blitzes, blitz from the second level. Like, he will send a lot of different rushers from a lot of different places. Some of the issues the Cowboys have had with their young rookie offensive linemen communicating with the veterans, I'm concerned about those blitz packages, that they're not going to be able to identify them quickly enough, that they're going to get kind of caught off guard with them. But this is, even if they're not blitzing, their front four, Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns, like, these guys get push fast. Cooper Beebe against Dexter Lawrence this week might be a massive problem. Now, if you can protect, you can throw on the Giants. Deonte Banks is not very good. Their best corner that they've had, honestly, has been Drew Phillips, the rookie out of Kentucky. He's got a calf injury. He's probably out. Adoree Jackson has played okay in coverage. He's got a calf injury. He's out. So you're talking about two of their corners being out and being kind of thin there. You're going to be able to take advantage of the secondary as long as you have enough time to drop back and push the ball. If you have the time to do that, you're going to have a lot of success. Running the ball, if you want to get the run game going, this might be the week to do it. So you know how against New Orleans, Dallas was giving up 8 yards, 10 yards. Like, it was never a big 50-yard run skewing the numbers. It was just consistently getting gashed. Giants are the opposite of this. The Giants are pretty good at, like, stopping it consistently, but they've given up the most 10-plus yard runs in the NFL too, where they'll give up 1, 2, 1, 1, and then it's 26. Like, and so they've got issues. Basically, what this comes down to is they've got issues in over pursuit. Sometimes these defensive linemen, they love rushing so much, pin their ears back, get upfield too much, and then you've got running lanes, or you've got second-level defenders who don't make the right read or don't have a precise run fit. And the Cowboys can take advantage of some of that if they're going to be patient. But I would say good weekend for how aggressive they are with the pass rushing and how vulnerable they are to some of those lanes. It's a good week to try screen passes and draw plays. It might be a good week to get Deuce Vaughn going.
Hey, anything you can to get him going.
Exactly.
That'd be cool. That'd be fun. All right. That's a little bit of Below
the Belt
here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean and RJ. Sean's out, tickling his throat. It's your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Baseball is in their final week of the season, so I thought it'd be a good time to do a little Diamond Cavs, but also we do have an update on the UNLV quarterback departure stories break. It is a insane update that we will get to you coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan.
Touchdown.
Time for the 9 o'clock hour on this Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Sean and RJ. Without Sean. Sean is sick. Maybe back tomorrow. Who knows? But either way, we've got ourselves a little bit of Diamond Cavs to get to. But first, this is wild. So I mentioned the UNLV story. The quarterback announced overnight, Matthew Sluka, that he is going to leave the program middle of the year because he said some of these promises were not met. Okay, that was the initial story, that the representations were not met.
He said, "You made me promises."
Because I committed based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. I wish my teammates the best of luck. They're 3-0. They have already have 2 wins over Power 5 teams or Power 4 programs, I guess. Well, now comes a bit of, let's just say, rebuttal from the UNLV program.
I like that word.
This is from CBS Sports. And according to UNLV, all financial commitments for the quarterback were completely met. After wins against Kansas and Houston, the quarterback, Matthew Sluka's family, hired an agent and collectively feel that his market value has increased.
Ooh.
So, again, this is a he said, she said kind of thing. If that is true, I mean, this is a shakedown. Because if the first thing is true, that his financial, representations were not met, I got no problem with him going anywhere. None.
What's his name again? Give it to me.
Matthew Sluka, S-L-U-K-A.
I want to see. A lot of these guys will put in their bio who their representation. He doesn't have it. I'm curious who he has repping him that's doing this.
So, if it's wild because this is bound to happen. It was bound to happen in college sports where you were going to get there in the middle of the year, and let's say you're Cam Ward at Miami.
Yeah, Heisman favorite,
having a great year. You may have already outdone your NIL.
Probably.
Do you go to the school and say, okay, look, here we are. We're going to make the playoffs. Do you want me to finish the season? That's just it's going to happen, right? It's a shakedown, but it's without contracts.
Why don't we see? I'm curious, and maybe there's some rules in here about it that would change the structure of it. I'm guessing it'd be considered way too just low, like it'd be considered way too low, and no player would do it. But why don't we see Jamar Chase? Jamar Chase doesn't hold out during training camp. Why doesn't he just help them get to a certain point where they're in a competitive playoff race, and then he says, like you just mentioned, I'm holding out now. We're about to go into this stretch run here for the playoffs. Now I'm holding out, and now you need to get my deal done.
Because Jeff Schwartz said this: players aren't wired like that. They don't miss games.
Except this generation.
Well, but that's college. I don't know in the NFL he would do this.
But that generation, that's what I'm saying. This is a new generation with new expectations and coming into their own as adults and as players.
Yeah.
With this belief structure. Previous generations, Jeff Schwartz talking about that, other NFL players were coming up in there where they were playing football for free for 4 years.
Yeah.
And now it's this is going to be the next 10 years of the NFL and the NFL player and the way this NIL affects contract negotiations and expectations and everything else. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it is. Now, this kid was at Holy Cross before, so he leaves Holy Cross, gets some money to go to UNLV, and then, he got apparently, according to UNLV, they paid him.
Apparently.
But he wanted, in the middle of the year, he wanted to renegotiate in the middle of the year, which, I don't know, it's just, again, if you had a contract, and this is this college's fault. They don't do these. You should just sign. If they want to make these kids like that, you just sign them to contracts.
This is what we heard Saban quit over. Was this kind of stuff?
So apparently, the fan text, the Franklin Injured Terms fan text says His Instagram says he's represented by Marcus Cromartie at Equity Sports. I don't know who that is.
I've dealt with a lot of agencies. I've never dealt with Equity. So that's interesting to me. That makes me wonder what kind of operation they are. But I'm going to look into that. That's fascinating to me. But this is why Saban quit. This is what Gundy talked about at the beginning of the year, where he said, no, we had players trying to come to us trying to renegotiate NIL deals when the season started, and we've told guys, done. You want to get that situated. We understand the era we live in now, but you get that figured out before we start playing football. Once we're playing football, and it's done. And it's not the case here for UNLV.
Yeah, no. On the fan text, other things saying, NFL players would lose game checks holding out in the offseason costs nothing. When players do bad, let's take their money away. Let's see. If you stink at your job, your employer should be able to stop paying you because you're not holding up your end of the bargain. It's not like institutions haven't been shaking down the kids for 50 years. More like 100. maybe more than 50. Any agent that has a brain in his head would have done that the following year. Yeah, I guess the question is, does this hurt the player more? Is he more likely to get a bag of money in the offseason now or less likely?
Yeah, now that you would, again, because you're talking about the way you come off and the way you look like you could be flaky. This is
if he just did if UNLV didn't pay up, I don't think anybody has a problem with him leaving. If they paid up and then he wanted to renegotiate in the middle of the year, I mean, maybe other programs would look at that we're not going to touch this kid.
It strikes me as similar to the Josh McDaniels situation, where Josh McDaniels had gone back on stuff and the way he had operated with the Colts, where there were a lot of teams. Now, ultimately, the Raiders went ahead and did it, but there were a lot of teams after his Colts interaction said, we can't trust you then. The way you just did the Colts, we can't trust you, so we're not ever going to hire you.
Yeah. I mean, he got hired again eventually, but it was a disaster. And people are saying, Ewers, doesn't he have contracts with Dr. Pepper or Wrangler or whoever? Yeah. I don't think the UNLV guy, a lot of these are just collectives, within the school.
Yeah.
Not necessarily contracts with a company. So that's interesting. All right. It's Sean and RJ here on The Fan. Let's get a little Diamond Cavs. The Rangers were given a D- on the regular season grades for all 30 teams. And the write-up here, considered giving them an F as a defending champion will finish under 500. Certainly a disappointing defense of their title, but they weren't quite bad enough to earn that grade. They were in first place in mid-May, but then things quickly fell apart. By June 18th, they were 10 games out of first, never really got back into it. Thought they had enough pitching to cover things until Scherzer, DeGrom, and Malley returned. They didn't, and they didn't end up getting many innings from them anyway. The bigger letdown was the offense that collapsed. 10th in runs scored in the American League. They end up scoring 200 fewer runs, or they're going to. They will end up scoring about 200 fewer runs than last year.
They're just so bad offensively this year.
Adolis and Marcus Semien created about 80 fewer runs between the two. But there were declines across the board. Evan Carter, Josh Young missed the majority of the season with injuries. Wyatt Langford didn't quite ignite as expected, although he improved in the second half. They have interesting choices. Scherzer and Yates are free agents. Evaldi, a player option. Will they count on the offense bouncing back, or will they make some changes?
Yeah, I mean, they are in a spot where, like Chris Young had mentioned in that interview the other day, they had to evaluate how sustainable what they did was. And again, to their credit, they made the right read on Jordan Montgomery. It appears that they've been off early on Lowe, Heim. I don't want to say Garcia because they didn't. It's not like they extended Garcia. I think they planned on riding Garcia's contract out and then letting him go because of how old he was. So I just think the decline happening as quick as it did for them, that was unexpected. I don't think they figured Evan Carter was going to struggle like he did. I think they thought Wyatt Langford was going to click into place quicker than he did.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Seager was hurt a lot this year.
Yeah.
Josh Young was hurt a lot this year. They did have challenges there, but there is a question now about, okay, behind that now, if you get behind that now and say, all right, maybe some of these guys weren't sustainable like we thought, what is there? There's not a clear group of players, it doesn't feel like, just banging on the door at the minor league level to come up and have an impact. Your top-ranked prospect right now is the shortstop, third baseman, Sebastian Walcott. Sebastian Walcott's 18 years old. He's not going to be here for 3 years. And Sebastian Walcott is a middle infielder or a third baseman. You're talking about like you've got Seager, Simeon, and Young. That's where are you moving guys to? How are you shifting guys around? But outside of that, the next player on MLB Pipeline, the next position player you get to on their rankings is Malcolm Moore, and they just picked him in the first round as a catcher. He just got picked.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of stuff on it. Justin Foskew's on there. Foskew has struggled to break through and get up here because of like a log jam. But I mean, there's not a lot of like big time bats in the system now that Carter and Langford are up. And
it's
so
really amazing. Like they kind of are at a not a crossroads, but they got some things to figure out. They really do.
Tankathon, baby.
Tankathon, there it is.
Let me see real quick, Chop. What can I get us? They're 7th right now. Let's simulate. Let's see what we get. Got the 4th pick.
All right.
Perfect.
How about this one for the Pittsburgh Pirates? This is why the Pittsburgh Pirates suck. Okay. Did you see this story I'm talking about?
I did not. I just like the assertion that this is why the Pirates suck.
Peyton, do you know what I'm about to get to here?
I don't think so.
All right. Just look at these two organizations. We'll do these two stories here real quick. Pittsburgh has a player named Rowdy Tellez, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I saw this.
He was designated for assignment. He is 4 at-bats away from a $200,000 bonus.
Okay.
And they didn't want to pay it. So with 6 games to go, they basically cut him.
That's weak.
It's very weak. It's very weak. And it's just a joke. And this is what, these organizations, they just pinch pennies and pinch pennies and pinch pennies.
Which is funny because most organizations or coaches or staff usually do the opposite. Like they're going to, hey, I know we're out of it and there's no reason for you to play or we're this or that. We're going to get you in there to try and hit that escalator.
Yeah. Now, can you give them a break in that he also had escalators so he was about to hit 525 plate appearances, which would give him $200,000. He already had a 425 plate appearance, $200,000 one that hit, and 475. So at least they didn't do it before that. So they basically allowed him to get those extra $400,000. But you're 4 at-bats away. I don't know. It just seems like an awful organization. Just a cheap decision to make. I think it's terrible.
Yeah.
Now, compare that to what the Washington Nationals did over the weekend, where they had a player, C.J. Abrams, a really nice young player. Really, really good. I think he came over the Soto trade. A Juan Soto trade.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say soda?
SOTA.
Soda weight loss. So they optioned him to AAA over the weekend because...
Why? He's really good.
He is really good.
Why would you do that?
Well, he was spotted in a casino until 8 a.m. the day of a game that started at 1 p.m. So he would have gotten five hours between the time he left the casino and the time that the game started. And apparently he got pretty much worked over at the casino. He still has 4 years remaining on his rookie deal, salary of $752. He'll lose about $30,000 to be demoted with 9 days remaining in the regular season at the time. And the demotion will not affect his contract because he did get enough service time, but it's just like a punishment. And that's how you run an organization.
Yeah. That's a...
Listen, man, got to punish you here.
Exactly.
Can't be out till 8 a.m. in a casino when we got a 1 o'clock game.
Yeah. Take notes, Peyton. You can't be just going to the casino all the time and then expect to roll in here. And
I
should
should try that one morning.
You should. I mean, at least we know you'd be up on time, unlike me.
I mean, I've done that where I've been at a casino and just stayed there. I spent the night there. I didn't sit until 8 in the morning.
That's a problem, RJ.
I spent the night there. What?
If you're spending the night at the casino, that's a problem. Or like you have a hotel room?
Yeah, I had a hotel room.
I thought you meant you just crashed out the slots or something.
Yeah,
you fall asleep with all those lights.
I went to the Wheel of Fortune slots.
Great slot.
And I just sat there with Betty Ann smoking cigs next to me, and I was able to fall asleep. No, I got a hotel room.
Hey, sugar.
Yeah, I had a hotel room, and I left in the morning. All right, so that's a little bit of Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins the show next on the Fan. After we get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place to watch all the sports action.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd.
Less than 20 minutes from now. On Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out. Maybe back tomorrow, most likely. Nursing a tickle in his throat. And that means that it's just Bobby and I rolling with you today. Peyton, of course. And then Carter as well in the back. But it's Sean and RJ on the Fan. And that is time now for Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resorts, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Morning, Nick.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Great. Wonderful. Bobby is patient zero, getting everybody up here sick. I had a scratchy throat. I didn't take any time off.
It's not accurate.
Sean's taking a day off, though.
I did not get everybody sick. That's not accurate at all. Nick, I got to ask you right out of the gate, the CeeDee Lamb media availability yesterday. He stood up there, took a bunch of responsibility. Choppy and I were trying to kick this around a little bit earlier. When you heard CeeDee talk, did you feel like that was a coached response, or did you feel like, no, this is CeeDee Lamb recognizing I messed up and I'm owning it and let's try and be better?
That's kind of what I thought. I mean, he seems like that kid that, like, in school where the teachers, he gave them fits all the time, but they at the end of the day they loved him. Mm-hmm. That's the way he kind of seems like, because those are the ones that know better. Like they're smart enough to know what they're doing. They're also smart enough to know it was wrong. And he's kind of that way. Yeah, but most of those guys that wear 88 have been that way. They want the football, and they feel like they're the guy that can make the play. It's hard to argue, give me the ball and I'm not sure if Dak came back with, we did, and you gave it away. I mean, like that. Mm-hmm. It's hard to argue that when you've already fumbled it, and on a crucial play earlier in the game. But, I still feel like he thinks he can make the play, and that's the mentality you have to wear number 88 for the Dallas Cowboys and be that receiver. And he is that guy. But I like what he said yesterday, and we'll see what happens. We'll see if it all resonates. We've seen this before, and he somewhat apologized. They got it cleared up, and he had the greatest season in the history of any Dallas Cowboy receiver. So let's see if that can happen again.
Yeah, is it something where, like, the Cowboys internally look at it and, there have been moody players in the past. Zeke was a little moody early in his career at times. Dez could be moody at times. When you do you think they look at it and go, hey, we can tolerate moody a little bit more when it clearly seems to be confined to the heat of the game, and that when he gets out of there, he generally seems to have the level-headed approach of going, that was bad. And I need to own that, because I've never known CD to be one in his comments when he's talking to me to run away from the responsibility of him doing something poor, either as a player or as a teammate.
Right. I mean, you said the word tolerance, and you tolerate a lot more based off of the big picture and what do we really know about this person and this player more than anything. And when the player is, for the most part, been a great player on the field, and he has a couple of heat of the moment things, like you said, yeah, I think you deal with that, you tolerate that. I mean, if Jerry Jones didn't have tolerance, Michael Irvin wouldn't have ever had any of the career that he had. And so I know I keep bringing up these 88s, but that's the way it is. I mean, you tolerate great players, because they are great players, and you deal with that, and you understand where the root of it is. The root of it is that he's not trying to get his money, and he's got that. He's trying to make plays, he's trying to earn his money, I guess, but he's trying to do what he thinks is the best for this team. And so I don't have a problem with it, and I don't think anyone disagrees with it. It's just that how it's handled. But I think that's water under the bridge, and I think that they'll come out and play well. I think he'll play well tomorrow.
Nick Eatman joining us here at 105 through the Fan. Is Coach a little sensy this week?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think any short week, they're always that way, especially when you're somebody, with routine, the way he is, routine matters. And so when you're having 5 o'clock press conferences and things like that, I mean, like it just messes up the entire routine. That's part of it. That's Thursday night in the NFL. But yeah, he certainly was in that one press conference a couple of days ago. And, and it wasn't just the one thing that he said to Nick Harris. It was the entire stuff. He didn't want to be there. You could tell, and when you have, when Dak said it after the game Sunday night that, hey guys, get your Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday out tonight because when we wake up, it's going to be Thursday. I mean, but think about from a coach's standpoint what that really means. All of the things that get squeezed into one. I'm not absolving him for that. Yes, he's sensitive in that press conference. He probably shouldn't have done that. I think he knows that. But I do understand that they're cramming everything into 1 week, and it can get kind of tough.
Nick, you look at the like you mentioned, McCarthy being a little sour. Jordan Lewis looked very serious at his locker earlier this week, and dismayed by everything. Dak talking about we need guys to be pros. Micah talking about the things he's talking about. DeMarcus Lawrence, CD saying yesterday, I need to be a pro, and saying, hey, don't worry, Dak and I are good. Do you get the sense that this is almost, it feels to me like veteran players recognizing, hey, we're at a teetering point culture-wise right now. Like this can go off the rails pretty quick, and we got to make sure that we handle this with seriousness.
Yeah, I think without a doubt that they're saying that, and that's what they feel. They feel like it's not getting done. The prep work is not getting done. It's like people want to go out, and everyone wants to go out and have fun at recess, but they're not doing what they need to do, in the classroom before, whether it be film session, weight room, practice, all of that. It's their, that's what it felt like, that they got their ass kicked on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of last week. That's what it felt like, that they got beat in the middle of the week, and it showed on Sunday. And so the scary part is, and maybe it's not, maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's bad, we'll figure it out, but there is no Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday really of this week. I mean, those are the things that are eliminated with this short week. So it's the details, and I think Jordan Lewis said it 31 times, might have been 32, but he said details a lot, and that kind of stems towards coaching and preparation and leadership, things like that. So maybe a short week is exactly what they need. Maybe the Giants are exactly what they need. Who knows? But they've got to get it. They've got to get it figured out. So, and if they don't win this game, then it's going to be a real problem.
What stood out to you from what Jerry had to say yesterday to us?
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Thanks for telling me.
8:30. I listened at 8:30, and it wasn't there. So I was ready at 8:30. I didn't see the
schedule
week,
change.
I guess.
That's a
week. You go to New York.
Jerry shifting up the schedule change a little bit. Good.
Dalvin Cook. I saw the transcript. Dalvin Cook not playing is that's what stood out the most to me.
What do you think of their explanation?
I don't understand it, so I don't get it. Short week. I would take the short week as a positive. I would say, hey, the Ravens didn't hit him 17 times 4 days ago. I need a healthy running back for this game. The Giants had a physical game against Cleveland. I need somebody that didn't play in that game. He's a veteran. He's 4 years. So figure it out. Like figure out the we're installing Monday, Tuesday. Figure it out. So I just don't understand why he wouldn't play in that game unless he's not ready. Unless he's not ready to play. If he doesn't know the plays, he's not in condition. If that's the case, then that's the case. But if he's ready to go, then I wouldn't understand it, because Lord knows you need some help in the running game.
Nick, what is the most concerning aspect, outside of just potential fallout from a loss, but what is the most concerning aspect on the field coming up for this game Thursday to you?
I think I want to see how they are against everybody's run. Okay, Kamara is great, Derrick Henry's great, but if Devin Singletary doesn't, now this is going to be a year-long thing. I mean, unless they're going to make trades or something in the middle of the season and make a change and who's calling plays and things like that. Unless they're going to make major changes. So that's what I want to see, is just how do they stop this running game, because this one isn't one that should scare people. But if it does, then it's a real problem. Then we know. And I think right now we know it's bad, but we'll know that it's almost going to be impossible to fix if I think the Giants go and just run all over them.
Nick, have you made a pick for this game yet?
Yeah.
And if so, what is it?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say, hey, Cowboys, you got to prove it. Prove it. I've seen people picking the Giants because you got to prove it. Prove me right here. I'm the same way, but I'm that way with the Cowboys Giants. I'm sorry. I have to see this. I have to see it. I have to see the Giants actually be different. It was 89-17 last year. Yes, last year is last year, but it doesn't change that much. I'm not buying it yet. No way. Cowboys, I think they turn it around. I'm saying 31-13.
All right.
We'll talk. You and I, we have one more week of good behavior because we play each other next weekend. Arkansas and Tennessee.
That's right. I'm focused on another game first, though. Let's close out this stadium robbery with the win over A&M, please. Thank you. I mean, we opened it with wins. Let's close it with a win. No one will care about the 12 losses in between. Just close it and open it, and that's what I'm focused on.
Yeah. The way you're just setting that up, Chop. I mean, you sound a little dramatic. It's almost like you rehearsed that question for.
I know I did. Yeah, I did rehearse that one. Yep. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks. See you guys.
Nick Eatman. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpieces next.
Coming up in the next G.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
have their 2-hour I'm Listening special this Sunday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Another update on the UNLV story.
This is your favorite story right now.
About the NIL dispute or about moving conferences?
The NIL dispute.
Okay.
So the initial story was Matthew Sluka, their quarterback, is like, I'm out. UNLV didn't pay me. UNLV contacts a CBS Sports reporter and was like, everything we agreed to pay him, we paid him. He came back to the table and wanted more money after the start of their season. Pete Thamel.
I like him.
I do too. He said, this is on Twitter, it's a long thread. Former quarterback Matt Sluka's NIL representation, Marcus Cromartie of Equity Sports, tells ESPN that he was verbally promised a minimum of $100,000 from a UNLV assistant coach for transferring. None of that money was paid. The only money he got was a $3,000 relocation stipend. That he said there was, Cromartie says there was never an ask for more money after UNLV's hot start, only the initial amount that he was promised up front. When that didn't come, he evaluated his option, decided to play elsewhere next year. The redshirt allows him to play a full spring in a new school, develop with a trainer. This fall, he enrolled in July after graduating from Holy Cross and missed spring. Whoa. Oof. That's bad. That's bad look on UNLV's part. That is not good.
Can they get Tarkanian back?
It's a bad look on UNLV's part if it's accurate.
Right. Of course. This is
like we've already gotten our two updates. We're gonna get a third one, I'm sure, shortly, where they're like, and also I'm not gonna blame the kid, but if he had representation, I am absolutely blaming representation that they said, yeah, you should go there based on a verbal promise from one coach that you were gonna get this. That sounds like awful representation, not to get that in writing and not to like actually settle it with the athletic director or the actual school instead of just some coach saying, oh, well, I'll give you this money.
I don't think he expected that taxation with his representation.
All right.
What? Is that a Boston Tea Party joke?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
I appreciate that one.
Good.
What's coming up in the show,
guys? I appreciate that, Chop. Senior Giants writer for The Athletic, Dan Duggan, joins us at 10:20, and then also Bruce Bochy joins us at 12:24. What could be the last discussion with Bochy this year?
No, I could be.
Maybe we get him for Peace-a-thon.
Okay.
So we could talk to him again this year.
To come back next week?
Yeah. Do you think Dan Duggan's parents missed an opportunity to name him Doug?
Duggan?
No, they missed an opportunity to call him Hacksaw.
Call him. What else could you do? You could play with stuff on that.
What's that?
Like you name it, give him a first name that begins with an I and a middle name that begins with an M, and then when you initial out, it's I am Duggan.
Or he's Duggan.
He's Duggan.
Okay.
I think Doug. I had a cousin. His name was Frank Francis, but his given name was Francis. It was Francis.
Why would you do that to a kid?
Yeah,
what
the George Foreman is that?
They can't have
I know.
is one that replicates their last name.
My friend in high school, his name was John Johnson. And he was awesome at basketball. One time he left his history books in the fridge and took the orange juice with him on the ski trip. So that was weird.
That's weird. Athletes are usually very aware of their classroom.
It was early in the morning.
Big generalization right there, Bobby.
This dude had an Audi belly button that looked like when they cut his umbilical cord, they missed like half of it.
Oh my
It stuck out by about 2.5 inches. I never say they like it. I never say anything like it. It was a while. Seeing him at the pool, like just seeing him wear a shirt around that had this thing sticking out. You could hang a hat from that thing.
Are there any Audis in here?
No. I haven't seen. I think Audis are out of style.
They're out of style.
I don't think anybody has them anymore.
But hold on, are you insinuating that the people choose to have an Audi belly button?
How does that happen? How does the Audi happen?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
Is it?
I think it is.
I don't know.
I mean, is that a genetic thing or is that a procedural thing? Like, is that something from the procedure?
But I guess it could be a procedure.
Yeah, I can see that. I was always whenever we had babies in the house growing up, which was frequent. The thing that was always like, as a kid, I just couldn't get over. That was a little like weird to me. Was when the umbilical cord would eventually just kind of like rot off or whatever. Yeah. That was always the thing that was just like, I don't know that I want to like hold you without a top on, baby, until that's over and done with.
What the hell did you
That's
just
true.
say?
When I remember my sister had that little dead
mark that out.
green and black thing dying off of her belly button. I was like, what is this? Can I just pull it off? And my mom was like, no, leave it alone.
All right, I want to get y'all's take on this one. Right. So there's a story out there that so we all been on airplanes recently.
Yes.
Woman in front reclines the seat a lot.
Nope.
And there's a couple behind, and the guy, she apparently reclined so much that the guy could not see the TV screen. It was one of those planes that still had the TV screen.
Yeah.
So he couldn't see it. It was like with the glare, he couldn't see anything. Asked her to move the seat up, refused. She refused to move. She refused to unrecline the seat. Flight attendant asked her, refused. Now it's within her right? She can do that if she wants to.
If she's a jerk, yeah.
But she's a jerk. What is the rule in here? Who's to blame? Because more to this is that the couple behind, because there's middle in the window, they took their shoes off and put their bare feet through the seat onto her armrest.
I approve of that because that
only if though they have leaned back.
Yes, correct. I do not approve of that in a vacuum. As a retaliatory tactic, I'm fine with that. Look, we're all probably going to be miserable in the plane. Keep your seat where it is. Don't F around with that. You're making it inconvenient for the next person, then probably the next person and the next person. I think that person's a jerk. I know not everyone feels that way. That's what I think.
But they put the recline on there for a purpose. So that people could recline.
And you can when there's not someone behind you. When there's someone behind you, it's rude. I'm sorry.
If it's a kid behind me, I don't care.
What?
Like a little kid.
Hold on. I mean, that may not.
Are tiny.
I was about to say that may
5-year-old kid.
That may not
have any knee space.
That doesn't like really affect them. But yeah, when it's
once you've gone through puberty and you're like an adult, you're like a normal height. When you're 4'6", I mean,
now here's the workaround.
That feels like that's going to be
3 feet.
problematic.
You're 3 feet tall.
You just said.
Like my son, like my 11-year-old, like he's like 4'6", 4'7", 4'8". Yeah, his feet don't touch. His knees won't even probably touch won't even like go beyond the seat.
Here's the one caveat that you can have for leaning back your chair with somebody behind you. And it's still a technicality and it's still probably presumptuous, but you have plausible deniability. Is if you get on the plane and nobody has boarded behind you yet, then you lean it back so that when they arrive at their seat, it's already in that position. If you're behind them and you lean it back, you're an ass to me. But if you just lean it back and go like, I don't know that somebody's going to be behind me, and what they don't know, like if they don't know, maybe this is just where the seat was positioned, and I was unaware of it. Like you can get away with the technicality there.
Interesting.
Ooh, here we go.
I'd be fine with just kicking that seat.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't do it, but that's why I actually like the seat against the wall on the Cowboys starter, because I can lean it back a little, and I know I'm not inconveniencing anybody.
Let's see. I pay for my seat. I get to recline it, and so do you. That's what some of the people in the fan text are saying. It still doesn't change the theory of the fact of the TV. Have you also seen this? Like the people who have, I mean, generally it's women because they have longer hair, but they'll put their hair over the top of the seat.
Oh,
have you not seen that?
I guess not.
They'll flip their hair
and
over.
that feels like that's infringing on your space then. But it feels like it's a worse deal if you like try to push their hair back over. That feels like that's going to get you in some kind of trouble.
It might just start dipping their hair in your drink.
Yeah. No, I feel like that's going to get you in more trouble than it's worth. I feel like that's more trouble than it's worth.
Can I get some pudding, please? I would like to.
Some pudding before we Could you imagine? That you get whatever if they ever gave you a meal on a plane again, which they don't,
unless you're in first class.
That's true.
A lot of people are saying that the innies and the outies are the way they tie the umbilical cord.
Really? Okay.
The outie belly button comes from a baby crying all the time, puts pressure on the umbilical cord, and it pushes it out.
Oh, right. I don't know.
Can you request
what that person's medical background is?
Can you request
it from the doc? Can you be like, I would like this child to have an outie belly button, please, sir?
None of my kids have one either.
My middle kid did, He doesn't anymore. I don't know what happened. Like, he just doesn't have one anymore. So it just disappeared.
And who was it that you told me? Is it Kelly Ripa?
It doesn't have a belly button.
Yeah,
it's gone.
What?
Oh, does she have a makeover, like a
something like that?
makeover?
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah. Once they do those mommy makeovers, I think they fake a belly button.
Okay, so according to ChatGPT, it says an outie belly button occurs when the remaining portion of the umbilical cord, which connects the baby to the placenta, protrudes outward after it heals and falls off. This happens due to several reasons, most commonly natural formation, so that's genetics, herniation.
She's shredsy.
But her belly button,
that is an outie.
It's hanging out like an extra arm.
And then healing process. Let me look.
Sorry, yeah. That's an extra arm right there.
Did you see the Trump attempted assassin's belly button? It's just like a smiley face.
What? No.
Why?
How do we?
Why have you seen that?
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Just go to the arrest video.
Is it circling in the community? Is that what's going on there?
What the hell?
If you go to the arrest photo, hang on. I'm gonna find this because his shirt was up. There it is. There it is. Look at that. It's just like a smiley face. He looks like Odie from Garfield.
Is he the one who left a note that said this is an assassination
Yeah,
attempt?
basically, kind of.
I
mean, his nipples and his
what?
It looks like
Why?
Jar Jar. Look, that's Jar Jar Binks right there. That's the face of Jar Jar with the eyes.
Why have you spent so much time looking at this partially shirtless assassin?
This is one of the greatest arrest photos ever. He's got his sunglasses at the tip of his nose like he's a senator, and then he's got his shirt pulled up just above his areolas, and it looks like he looks like Jar Jar Binks. His stomach looks like Jar Jar.
Oh, by the way, our guest, Dan Duggan, went to Eli Manning's house last Monday night and was greeted at the door by him, his 5-year-old son, Charlie, and his big golden retriever, Hank. So I guess we talk about Eli Manning with him?
Okay,
Charlie
I'm just
and
glad
Hank.
this wasn't a shirtless story.
All right, very nice. All right, it is KNC Masterpiece next on the film.
Thanks, RJ.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out if you dare.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Today's birthday shout-out goes to UB Brown. The knowledgeable, enthusiastic former Hawks, Knicks, and Grizzlies head coach is still going strong, folks, at 91. Long enshrined in basketball's Hall of Fame electronic media wing, UB was recently selected as a member of the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame class of 2024. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Tolos, our football coverage on 105.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
America's favorite car show returns to DFW with a full throttle weekend of hot rodding happening. It's the Good Guys 31st Summit Racing Lone Star Nationals presented by BASF. And it's all taking place this weekend at Texas Motor Speedway. Check out over 2,500 cool classics on display. And don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Racing action and Earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Shop the swap meet in Vendor Midway. Enjoy live music and so much more. Don't miss North Texas' biggest hot rodding event of the fall this weekend at Texas Motor Speedway. Get complete details at good-guys.com.
Window Nation.
for Boach, and he
Okay.
said, "You ask good questions, stop texting me." So I was like, "All right,
Oh,
whatever, Mike."
so wasn't totally a compliment sandwich, but it was, we were on our way.
So if you wanted to laugh, that's how the relationship we have with Mike.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So
I'm just assuming if I said, "Hey, Mike, do you want to make some people laugh?" He would say they can laugh when I talk tonight on the baseball broadcast.
I could definitely see that. I think that is a very fair assertion about how that's going to play out. All right. So my question here to start it off, and I hope this makes sense to everybody. Is it actually a good thing the Cowboys are playing the Giants next? Now, the Cowboys play the Giants tomorrow, and not everyone, I'm sure, will share this opinion, but I guess I'm of the thought that the Cowboys are going to pummel the Giants.
Okay.
Now, I know you're going to get some predictions tomorrow morning that will not agree with that, but I still don't think the Giants are good. I still don't think the Cowboys look that good, but I think they're going to smoke the Giants. And then we're going to have to listen to a week plus of, see, we're fine. We just throttled a divisional team. This team is going to be just fine, which I think is a giant waste of time because it falls back into the pattern of Cowboys beat the bad teams and lose to the good team.
Yeah, Kevin, I wish I could say I was as confident as you.
Okay.
The Giants, in their history under Brian Dable and before that too, have been bumbling idiots, right? Like they've looked bad.
Yeah.
They made the playoffs the first season under Dable. That was a really good effort by them to overachieve that year. Since then, they've just kind of fallen by the wayside. I feel like, though, they are going to be a different look defensively than we're used to. And with Malik Neighbors and Singletary in play here, Kevin, it kind of concerns me a little bit. So I'm not as willing at the moment to say that I think they're going to pummel them. As I've done more research,
yes,
here are a couple things. This morning I saw this, Kevin, from Dan Rogers over, I think that's Blogging the Boys. He said, Daniel Jones, 5th most QB designed runs. Devin Singletary has forced the 3rd most missed tackles this season. You like those numbers?
Yeah. I mean, not for us.
The Cowboys defense has given up the 3rd most yards on missed tackles, and they've also allowed the most rushing yards on designed quarterback runs this year. So if you want to attack the Cowboys defense, which has yet to prove that they can stop those things, that's the way to do it, and that's their best way, their best approach to set up big plays to Malik Neighbors. That's one thing. The other thing that I'm a little concerned about is on the defensive side of the ball, they have guys that can get to the quarterback. You pointed out the pressures they had yesterday. The Cowboys' offensive line is not up to par yet completely, and then in the secondary, they do things that give Dak Prescott fits. So all these things being said, the schemes that you see, and on offense, what they've done, and the scheme poorness of the Cowboys' defense so far, they don't set up well. I think it's going to be a closer game than we expect.
I want to make this clear, the word I'm using, Corey. The word I'm going to use is interesting, okay? Not good. Interesting.
All right.
I think it would be way more interesting if the Cowboys lost this game. All right. I said interesting.
877-881-1053.
No, whatever.
Do you agree that you want the Cowboys to lose
that's not
like
what I said.
Kevin just said?
That is not what I said.
I thought you were a Steelers fan, man.
No.
I think there are more people going to be on your side here, Kevin. I don't know what you're arguing right now.
Okay. I didn't say good. I didn't say want to. I said interesting because this is my take on it, right? So, like, let's say it goes my scenario, right? And the Cowboys just thump the Giants. Like, they beat them by 20, 24 points, whatever the case is. Then, like I said, you're going to get the narrative all week and a half of, look, we're fine. I know we had a tough couple go in the middle there, but did you see what we did to the Giants? Did you see what we did to Cleveland? And then, after that game, you're at Pittsburgh, host Detroit, at San Francisco. I could make a decent argument. You'll be underdogs in all 3 of those games, all right? And then you're going to fall right back into the trap of beat a crap team, lose to a good team. Now, again, why I use the word interesting. I do not even want to look at the fan text right now.
Do you want me to read some of these?
Sure.
All right, here we go, Kevin. I'm in a dilemma. Oh, hold on, that's a different one.
That's not about your question.
now Kevin loves the Giants and the Steelers.
No.
Oh, from the 903, Team Kevin. From the 817, they are actively rooting for the Cowboys to lose to New York.
That's not my team.
From the 903, they want them to lose 72-0 every game possible until Jerry and Steven resign. From the 682, let's go full pandemonium. And then from the 214, for the 817, not going to lie, bring the chaos. We ain't winning this year anyways.
Okay.
And then here, Kevin, from the 214, Corey, why does Kevin hate the Cowboys? He's been hanging with Mike after work, I think.
Okay, that is a fair point. I want to make it clear, all right? I want to make it clear. I said interesting. So the people who are texting in, I'm Team Kevin, I also want them to lose. That is not what I said. That is not what I said at all. Just hear me out for one frickin' second. If they lose, the reason why I said interesting is because you can't fall back on that tired trope, right? You can't.
We're good in the regular season.
Exactly. And you can't fall back on, those last two games were an anomaly. This is who we really are in a game that really mattered in the division. If you lose to a Giants team that was winless before last week and they beat hapless Cleveland, then you really have to take a look in the mirror. Then you really have to say, hey, we're 1-3. We're probably going to be underdog in our next 3 games. And hell, if you lose that game, you might be underdog in your next 4 games. And
where nobody's underdog.
And we have huge problems. Now, does that actually mean the Cowboys are going to deal with those huge problems? I don't know about that. But I think that will put more pressure on we like our guys, we like our personnel team.
Okay. That has been what you just laid out was my biggest offseason fear. And that was that some things start to crack. And I don't think that this team, honestly, because they haven't proven it, I don't think that they are capable of overcoming dissension within the locker room and within the coaching staff. I don't think they're a strong enough group to say we're doing this together. I think there are some guys in there that are big time individuals, and then there are a lot of guys in there that are trying to pull on their things and they're trying to pull on their the ropes to get everybody on the same page with them. But other guys are like, I'm not going with you here, man. And if you have that in the locker room and you don't have a bunch of guys that are all hungry for the same thing together and keep failing like this, then it could be McCarthy gone quick. So that's what was my biggest fear for this, because if they're really trying to push this team to go do something special instead of saying, you know what, we're building for 3 years down the road, which they might be always doing. Hey, we're trying to do this, but we're also trying to build for 3 years at the same time. They never really have a true identity of what they want. Then that could they could fall apart, man.
And so that's why I do like this text. Hold on. Kevin hates the Cowboys. Andy hates Team Kevin. I'm very confused.
The 817, why is it always the first segment of the day that you try to get us to root against the Cowboys?
Hey, I'm not letting that person rile me up like last week. I remember that person. Absolutely. Congratulations. Last Friday, you pissed me off. All right. So, look, I'm going to be honest about it. So, and this is why I kind of wish you were playing, the Lions this week. Or, I know San Francisco's run into its own woes as of late, but even San Francisco or maybe the Eagles or something like that. Because then if you win, you could really say, hey, I think this is a good team, and we had 2 slip-ups. But instead you're playing the Giants. I'm telling you, even if the Cowboys win this game by 40 points.
Doesn't make any difference to you?
It makes a difference in terms of, hey, I'm glad we won. But I don't think it makes a difference in terms of the team is fixed, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that it's 37-3 or something like that, and you just throttle them, you stuff them defensively, and all the things that you were worried about go away for this Thursday night game against a weak opponent. And then everybody is like, did you see what we did to the Giants? Did you see what we did to the Giants? We're good, we're good, we're good. And then you go into this really rough 3-game stretch, not really prepared to address the issues that this team actually has. That's my biggest concern.
From the 682, this is from Santos. Wait, if Kevin is Cowboys keep losing, you'll lose the bet, and I'm not bringing food to the station. So what's going on here? Why are you rooting for them?
I don't want the Cowboys to win. I just said it would be more interesting if they did lose.
And the 817, so nice to see a fellow Steelers fan in Kevin.
Baby. Okay. But like.
And then from the 817 as well, should have seen this coming.
No.
With how much Kevin hates Evan Carter.
No. What? No.
Remember you were like, he can't jump. Why is he griping at the umpires so much?
Shouldn't jump. All right. I didn't say he can't jump. I said he shouldn't have jumped. All right. But like, seriously, you guys get my point, right? That if they win this game tomorrow night, and if they win it emphatically, they're just going to backslide on all the talk the last 2 weeks about being more disciplined, practicing better, and all that stuff. They get one real practice this week. And are we going to have to hear if they win this game? We had a great week of practice. 1 day.
Yeah.
And so I just don't want them to backslide and ignore all the real problems from these last 2 games.
Yeah, and all those real problems are the things you're hearing the players talk about right now.
Yes, which I appreciate very much.
You know, when you're hearing guys say that they're not paying attention to details, you hear Dak Prescott say he had a bad practice before the Ravens game. You hear these guys, all these little things why? Why is that happening in a football season? You have a limited window where you have to concentrate and focus on football. The rest of the time, you can do whatever you want in your off season. I know you're going to be working out, you're going to be preparing, you might be rehabbing, but you have a limited window where you have to lock it in and just be prepared for this moment. And you can't pay attention to the details. I don't need to be paying you to be on the football team.
Yeah.
If I'm Jerry Jones, that's the way I'm taking that. I don't need you to be on this team if you can't lock it in for this amount of weeks and then hope that you can do something even better in the playoffs trying to get to a Super Bowl.
I hope this makes sense, which I've clearly failed at this morning already. But somebody said, do you think the team doesn't fully believe in Dak? I don't necessarily believe that, but let's even say they did. Isn't Dak now in the category of the Jones family where it doesn't really matter what we think, it's not going to change? Like we've said for a long time, like, hey, you can want Steven or Jerry or whoever gone all you want. It's not going to change. It's the same thing with Dak right now. If people want to complain about Dak, like, that's fine. You can't change that. At least for several years, you can't change that. Now, McCarthy, you could. Whether or not you want to give a contract to this person or this person, like, I think I've started to focus in on things that could actually change. And I know people get annoyed about Dak or they love Dak or anywhere in between. That's just not going to change.
Okay. I agree with you on that it's not going to change at this point. And that was one of the reasons I was like, all right, it's time to move on.
Yes.
Because maybe your team doesn't believe in this guy.
You might be right.
But at this point, because Jerry Jones said you're back, you're going to be the quarterback for the next however many years, maybe until you can't walk anymore, or all those things. The other question I do have about that, though, not necessarily about Dak, how long do teams typically believe in coaches? Because when you're winning and you're successful as an organization, look at Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Everybody that walks in that door believes that Mike Tomlin is going to guide them to wins. Everybody in that room, when Belichick was there for a long period of time, that dynasty was what it was because they believed that Bill Belichick was setting them up for the most success.
Yeah.
And with this team and the propensity of Jerry Jones and the Cowboys to move on from coaches in a turnstile manner after 4 years of lack of success, then it feels like you go, okay, that's been your time. We don't need to believe in you anymore because it's not working for us. And I think the players, they might check out on that because they might not believe that it gets them any further because they've failed at getting past the next place.
Yes.
So is it that part of you that's like, you know what? Am I doing my job to help that guy do his job as well?
I think Mike Tomlin would probably be more media savvy than this, but I can imagine if he was the coach of the Cowboys, he was like, are you kidding me? I get Dak Prescott as my quarterback? Well, hell yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, he probably would want to stop short of that, but you look at his quarterbacks.
Stability at quarterback has always been one of the other key features there.
Yeah, and I wonder if people go to the Steelers and they're like, this coach is going to get the most out of us. I don't know how many players feel that way with McCarthy. I know the counter argument is going to be, he won a Super Bowl. They've won 36 regular season games in the last 3 years. I understand all of that. But if you think winning in the regular season is getting the most out of your team, well, I just happen to disagree with that. And I wonder how many players come here and they're like, it's the Cowboys. That's awesome. And how many come here saying, I need to play for Mike McCarthy because that's my guy?
Yeah, and that's what you want. Or I need to play for Mike Zimmer because that's my guy. Kevin, somebody asked who the leading passer in the NFL is this year, and I'll go back to this. Yards aren't points. So your leading passer in yards right now has gotten a lot of yards. Right now, Sam Darnold has 8 touchdowns. Josh Allen has 7 touchdowns. Derek Carr has 6. Those teams right there have 1 loss on their record right now. Like those are the teams, the ones that are scoring points. That's what I want you to look at. Is your offense producing points? Not just is your offense getting a lot of yards each game.
Yeah, no, I agree. And if that's what we're going by, look up at the QBR. Where is he in that? 22nd?
I'll go look, Kevin.
There's
no numbers next to it.
Okay,
but it's low. It's behind Will Levis.
It's something. Okay, well.
Oh, hold on.
That I don't agree with.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was a little bit off there.
I will definitely take Dak over Will Levis by a great margin. But
crap, where'd he go?
That's the counter argument that I would throw out there.
I don't see him on the list.
Okay, well, he has to exist somewhere on the list. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with senior Giants writer for The Athletic, Dan Duggan, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
One Garage Door Company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's talk with senior Giants writer for The Athletic. It is Dan Duggan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
People are kind of panicking around here a little bit, but I'm doing okay. What I was curious about to start things off, how has Daniel Jones done such a better job of handling pressure the last two games? Because you look at the game, you look at the numbers between that first game and these last two, it is quite different.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's wild. I mean, after that first game, it looked like, oh boy, are we on Drew Lock watch already? Because he was just totally rattled. I mean, now granted, that first week is tough to evaluate because, you didn't think the Vikings were going to be a very good team. And now you see they're kind of doing that week in, week out. And so maybe that was more about just the scheme Brian Flores threw at him. But he looked jittery, looked uncomfortable. It was really a mess. And so you're saying, like, this is a guy who didn't look good last year. Like, what's going on here? Settled things down a little bit against Washington. Not a great defense, but it was at least a step in the right direction. And then against a very good Cleveland defense, he was dicing them up in the first half. Now, the second half, they kind of hung on for dear life, but he was 17 for 19 in that first half, and definitely much calmer under pressure. That's not an easy defense to go against. Myles Garrett is in your lap all day, and he stood in there, made some tough throws. He also did a really good job navigating the pocket and making plays either with his legs or getting a little checkdowns out to his receivers. So, yeah, I mean, how do you do it? I don't know, because, again, I was like, this guy might just be done. I mean, we've seen quarterbacks who get that kind of, like, just lost and jittery feeling in the pocket, and, sometimes you never come back from that. So the fact that he's rebounded so well in such a short period of time is certainly encouraging. I mean, and listen, it's far from perfect, but, again, it was doomsday. You're talking about panic in Dallas. It was like, oh, my goodness, this guy might not be able to play quarterback anymore after week one, and at least he's kind of settled that talk down.
I know that Malik Neighbors is everything that we thought he was when he was at LSU and when he was going into the draft, but why would they throw the ball to Malik Neighbors this week when they know they can run the ball against the Dallas Cowboys?
That's a good point. I think the game plan against Dallas has to be we're going to run until they prove they can stop it, because obviously they haven't proven that in any game. At the same time, I mean, yeah, Malik Neighbors has been as good as advertised. It was kind of ridiculous in that Washington game. He had 18 targets. The rest of the team had 9. I mean, that's just the proportions there are so crazy for a guy playing a second NFL game. But he's backed it up. I mean, he's been super productive. He is, in the next in that long line of just LSU monster wide receivers. Obviously, the Giants and the Cowboys to an extent are very familiar with one who kind of had his coming out party against Dallas 10 years ago. So there's even some parallels there.
Yes, we all remember that catch too. Thank you.
Hey, Dallas won the game, which is obviously the footnote of that story. But no, I mean, and I wasn't here for Odell's rookie year or second year. I came in third year. He was already established. So I didn't get to really live like the arc of it. But when he was at his peak, Neighbors already feels like he's approaching that territory. That's how good he's been. So yes, I don't think you're going to want to lean too much into that, because the pass rush could still cause problems and, Diggs is dangerous out there. That'll be a fun matchup between those two. For whatever reason, they seem to have a little beef. But, yeah, run the ball against Dallas until they prove they can stop it. And then, sure, you can take some shots to Neighbors. And hopefully, for the Giants' sake, that's a combination that gets a much-needed and long-awaited W against Dallas. It's been a while.
Yeah, the what the Saints did and what the Ravens did, is that something that Singletary and Dable's offense can replicate?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's not as good as, Derrick Henry and Alvin Kamara. But, yeah, I mean, I think that, that Washington game, they ran the ball well, and there were some big holes. I mean, granted, that Washington defense isn't anything to write home about. They really couldn't get the run game going against Cleveland. It's funny, even if you look at his stat line, it's really inflated by that last run where he screwed all the over-bettors and fantasy owners when he was down to the 1 yard line. But that was a 43-yard run. Other than that, I think he had like 15 carries for 22 yards. So certainly it's not like this well-oiled machine on the ground, but he's been good. I mean, he's a real shifty guy. He makes the first guy miss a lot. He's got those really quick jump cuts in the hole. So he's certainly capable. And I think the other element is Daniel Jones for a guy coming back for torn ACL. He's shown an ability to run. And again, maybe the box score doesn't show it because he had a 20-yard run and a 9-yard run on zone read keepers called back last week. So I think that's an element that'll be in the game plan because, again, that's a big part of what makes him, at least an effective quarterback when he's on top of his game. So I would expect you to see some more of that tomorrow night as well.
And it seems like he's Daniel Jones that is throwing the ball a little bit deeper, especially when he gets pressured, because you automatically assume, pressure means a more likely shorter throw. But it seems like he's able to not necessarily air it out, but get the ball downfield a little bit more even when he's under pressure.
Yeah, and that's what he didn't do at all in week one. Like week one, it was just like panic and just, check it down. Everything was short of the sticks. Everything was just, the first option was just get it out of my hand. So again, against Cleveland, he did do that more. And again, I think a lot of that is just Neighbors. Like he just has confidence. I mean, the catch, I'm sure you've probably seen that highlight along the sideline where that was a bad throw. That ball should have been intercepted, and Neighbors just ripped it out of the cornerback's hands for like a 28-yard gain. So that's the type of thing that I think will encourage more of that, because that's one thing with Jones. He was very aggressive early in his career, turned the ball over a ton, and I think they just overcorrected way too much, and then he's basically been afraid to throw the ball deep because, it's one of those things where it's the old saying where, like, you throw it deep or you throw the ball, only, one good thing can happen and two bad things can happen. I think that's been ingrained in his mind a bit too much. I think Neighbors will loosen it up. But I will say he's thrown it deep more. He has not connected on very many of them. That's the part that's been missing. And with Neighbors, with Jalen Hyatt, who's really been the forgotten man in this offense, they have the potential to hit big throws. They have not. He's really overthrown them pretty consistently. So if that ever gets, up to speed with the rest of the offense, then they might have something, because they do have the explosive wide receivers, but just the timing hasn't been there so far.
Now, we've talked a lot about Malik Neighbors. I do just have one more question about him. Outside of the physical skills, I know it's early, but what are our thoughts about his football IQ early on? Because it seems like it's pretty darn good.
Yeah, no, that's what's jumped out to me. Because, listen, you could see the first rookie minicamp practice. Like, this guy, he's the way he's built, the way he runs, all of that was obvious. And it was a sixth pick in the draft for a reason. But there's been little subtle things he's done already that shows that, this guy kind of gets it. There was a play, they had second and goal at the 3-yard line the other day. They did a kind of a funky thing where they motioned him into the backfield. He took a wildcat snap, and the plan was to throw it to Jones on kind of a Philly special type play. Cleveland didn't bite at all. So how many times have we seen, non-quarterbacks in that situation either force the throw, which can be a disaster, or even now he's getting pressured, they run out of bounds or they take a sack and you lose 10 yards. He just, it wasn't a dramatically amazing play, but he just threw it out of bounds, like what a quarterback would do. But again, you got a rookie wide receiver in there having the wherewithal to do that, and then third and goal, and then he makes a phenomenal, touchdown catch to show what he really is all about. But yeah, the football IQ has been impressive. Another thing he's done a lot is he'll catch a pass on like a little hitch route, and he knows where the defender is, and he spins outside. He's done that 3 times in the past 2 games and gotten big yards after the catch with that, where he just kind of seems to have a really good football sense, and it shows up in little ways like that, and it just really complements just kind of like the amazing athleticism he already, it's obvious to anybody.
Since you said Jalen Hyatt's kind of been the forgotten man, what kind of challenges do you think he brings to the table for defenses?
Yeah, listen, it's been a challenge for him to get on the field. He played 10 snaps the other day. He in 3 games, he has, I believe it's 2 targets and no catches. So yeah, he has not shown up at all. But when he's on the field, you do at least have to respect his deep speed. So again, it's been more of a storyline here. Like, why is he not playing at all? And I think it's just as simple as Darius Slayton has been sort of like the steady guy here throughout his career, one of Daniel Jones' favorite targets. So he just kind of beat him out, and I think there's just more trust in him. But whenever Hyatt's on the field, he is a threat to take the top off the defense. If he's getting a target, it's probably going to be 20 yards plus in the air. Like, that's a guarantee. So I would think, anytime he's on the field, I'm sure opposing defenses are on high alert for that. But again, the problem is he just hasn't been on the field very much, so it hasn't really been much of a threat for other teams to contend with.
And I kind of feel like you're telling us when he is on the field, don't even worry about it. I know what you're saying, but it kind of feels like you're also like, they probably won't throw him the ball.
But no, they will. It'll be a deep shot, though. That's all I'll say. So the safety better stay on his heels, but he's not gonna route anybody up on a 3rd and 8 and make a tough catch over the middle. But 1st and 10, play fake, they will take a shot, because that's the one way he can hurt you.
The Cowboys got a couple of rookies on this offensive line. Zach Martin hasn't quite been Zach Martin of late, and we're trying to figure out this offensive line right now. Well, you guys got up front with Dexter Lawrence and then Thibodeau, and how do you like having Brian Burns in this scenario as well?
Yeah, I mean, he's been a great addition off the field. Like, you got a guy you don't know comes with a big contract like that. You know how he's going to be, but he's been a really good presence. I think he's got some leadership qualities. On the field, I think he found out pretty quickly. You signed that big contract and you're in New York. You're not in Carolina anymore. You don't have any sacks in the first 2 games. People the expectations are a little higher, we'll say.
Mm-hmm.
So he really kind of had a breakout game against Cleveland. Had his first sack, and it was a huge one. It was a strip sack late in the first half. Gave the offense a short field. So instead of being a 14-7 game going into the break, or even Cleveland going down and driving for a score, instead the Giants convert to 21-7. So that was kind of a game-changing play, and that's what you need from a pass rusher like him. And he's a guy, like, I wasn't panicking that he had 2 quiet games. He has a track record. He's going to be a good player. The issue is he needs to be a great player because they gave up what they gave up to get him. They gave him the contract, and he certainly hasn't been that yet. But, I think you saw signs against Cleveland. The guy who makes everything go, though, is Dexter Lawrence. Like, he might be the best interior defensive lineman in the league now that Aaron Donald is gone. I mean, he's that much of a dominant presence. You have to double him every play, and he still gets in the backfield. That's what's just amazing about him. A guy at his size with that strength who can move like he does, he's just someone who, again, you just have to double him every play. If you leave a rookie center on him one-on-one, it's going to be a long day. So I would assume there'll be 4 hands on him at all times. And, again, that still might not be enough. And Thibodeau, I don't group with him. I think he gets grouped with them. He's a tick below. They need to see more from him. Like, he's been okay. He's been fine. He has not been, 5th overall pick good, especially when you see a guy, Aiden Hutchinson, in his draft class, who's really blossomed into like a Pro Bowl dominant force. Thibodeau has not been that. I mean, he's a good player, but again, like, they need more there. So it starts with Lawrence. I think you're getting there with Burns. But the thing in Cleveland, they had all that pressure, is the new DC, Shane Bowen, like, must have, found a page from Wink Martindale's playbook that got left in the locker room or something, because he blitzed, and that's not what he wants to do. But he was sending the house. Safeties were getting sacked, linebackers were getting sacked. So that was a curveball he threw. I don't know that that's the way to attack, Dak in this offense. But at least is, a page in their book that Dallas has to prepare for, and he knows he can go to it because it was really effective against the beat-up Browns O-line. And talking about rattled quarterback, Deshaun Watson was horrible last week. So it worked last week, and it's at least kind of a club in his bag now that, I guess he can pull out if his more preferred rush 4 play coverage, if that doesn't work against Dallas tomorrow night.
Great. I love that right there. Senior Giants writer for The Athletic, Dan Duggan, joining us right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to know a little more about the difference that you've seen in Shane Bowen's defense from what we've probably seen from the Giants the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, it really couldn't be more different. I mean, obviously with Wink, it was like that mad scientist. You don't know who's coming, but everyone's coming, and it's just like he's always, trying to overload this side and show you one thing and bring another, and a lot of man coverage, press man coverage on the outside. So, you can be susceptible there to some big plays if they do block it up. Whereas, again, with Bowen, he came in, his whole approach is like, I want to rush with 4. That's why the Brian Burns trade was so important, because they didn't have enough rushers to even, execute that scheme. So they went out, made the big splash, and their hope was him, Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence would be enough up front, maybe fill in that other spot, which is still kind of a need. And it didn't work the first 2 weeks, quite frankly. I mean, they got diced up by Sam Darnold and Washington, who apparently just doesn't punt anymore. They didn't punt in that week 2 game. Granted, they kicked 7 field goals, but still, they moved the ball up and down the field with no problems. So again, that's where he threw a curveball. He's new here. I didn't know he had that in him, but it was a much more aggressive game plan, a lot more blitzing. Again, I don't think he's going to change his defensive philosophy over one good game even. But so I would think the game plan against Dallas will start out saying, let's see if we can get home with this front 4. Because we're going to need coverage. They don't have anyone who's going to match up with CeeDee Lamb. But I guess I'm saying is if it doesn't work, maybe he at least knows he can switch it up and has had a little track record of it working. Because, again, that was not the blueprint he came into the season that we did not expect to see the game plan he unveiled against the Browns.
And, Dan, before we let you go, if there is, I think we have the edge at kicker in this game.
Hell yeah, we do.
If McCarthy does line up Aubrey for a 70-yarder, will you sit on the edge of your seat and maybe even pump your fist for history?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Giants have their own issues at kicker. The guy they brought in last week missed a 48-yarder. Just like a 70-yarders. I mean, they basically lost that Washington game because they mismanaged the kicker situation where Graham Gano came into the game hurt and then kind of popped his hamstring trying to chase down a kickoff return for a touchdown that got called back. So we're not listen in New York. They're just hoping the PATs go through. They're not worried about 70-yarders. That's a kind of a sore spot right now. And, again, if this is a close game, that would be a concern because certainly that's a spot where Dallas has the edge.
Outstanding stuff, man. Really appreciate you jumping on with us this morning, Dan.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Duggan right here on 105.3 The Fan, senior Giants writer for The Athletic. Sounds like he did support that 70-yard field
Kevin,
goal.
somebody said stop throwing slugs at us while we're talking to the ops. We're not scared of the G-men. Look, I get it. I'm just it is. The last two games the Cowboys have lost, so I'm a little negative. I'm a little pessimist right now, if you will. Maybe I'll get it back, and I'll be more optimistic later down the road.
Well, if not, I think we're going to throttle the Giants.
There we go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Man, this is one of my favorite ones ever. A historic moment, a crappy move, and rookie hazing. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nate.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?